Is Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that why you asked me that question? Within the short time that they've been in office, to appoint what? 4 coaches. Dismiss all of them. First minister should pack some place. He should pack some place.
Right.
He doesn't know anything about football. The money he took, was it enough? How did he spend it? Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Football in this country, to me, does not even exist. Right now, football stinks. We are descending 380 miles per hour.
Catch the new season of Sports Check as Joseph Adamafiu sits with Nana Fitz on Thursday, February 9, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Now, back Canocre. Susu Sang Pine, be a one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Influences some men to enter into a female-dominated industry. I'm talking about the beauty industry. I'm here at the Maxon Beauty Lounge located on the Christian Village Stretch. I'm here to speak to a male hairstylist. Yes, he's called Dennis, a Nigerian who has moved to Ghana and is making it big in a female-dominated area. We're going to find out what influenced him, how business is here in Ghana, and some of the challenges in a female-dominated sector. This is a GhanaWeb special with me, Paula Amabruni. Let's get talking. Ta-da. Hi, Dennis.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon. It's good to meet you again.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. I'm back. This hairstyle won me a lot of accolades. Everybody kept on asking me, oh, who made it for you? And I told them it was a male hairstylist. Oh. I'll bring you customers, make you not worry. But today is a 360 conversation. We just want to find out how you're doing business, what influenced you, and everything. But let me introduce you, Dennis Oniha.
Yes,
you introduce
please.
yourself to us, what you do, and what influenced you to be in the beauty industry, which is, you know, female dominated.
Actually, I've been inspired by my auntie. So she does this work, hairdressing.
Okay.
She has a lot of experience. So I really liked it. Very long time. So actually, I've been in the work for like 8 years now.
8 years.
Yeah. I've been in Ghana for 6 years.
Okay.
So I've been working the work, and it's really a long journey, you see.
I can imagine, I can imagine. But I'm here to get a new look. I don't know what you recommend since I've done the bantu. What can you recommend today?
Okay, I prefer you go for Rasta, you see, or cornrow, or what do you prefer?
I like Rasta, maybe something bigger this time.
Okay.
I've done the knotless, the tiny ones, so maybe a new look. So I'll go for Rasta, but bigger and longer.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
But if you have a picture, it will be better.
Make I show you. But do clients show you picture, you know, you get issues like, oh, this is not what I want, or you
really
love to see it?
I don't have a problem with any type of picture you have of the breed you want.
Okay. All right, so like something like this, which I'll show you, like, so something like that is fine.
Okay, yeah, it's cool.
That's cool. Great. So we get this one off.
It's okay.
How has business been in Ghana? You said you moved here, it's been 6 years, right?
Yes, please.
How has the journey been so far?
The journey is some way.
Some way.
I don't usually work the work always. Like the whole of 6 years, I've not been doing the work. It's like off and on, you see.
Was it, okay, let's take it maybe the era, COVID era. I know we're all home and all that. So in that period, you were just not working, right?
I'm working.
Home service?
Yes, please.
But weren't you scared?
Scared of what?
contracting the virus?
No. I'm a very hygienic boy, so I'm not.
I see that in
Yes, please.
Great. But then there are a lot of Nigerians here in Ghana, and business is good. I don't know what would you say, but what would you say influences your brothers, your sisters to move into Ghana to start business?
That is what they came to do. If it's more favorable to the society or favorable to themselves, you see. When someone is traveling to a different country and going to do some work, you have to focus on customer service and all that.
Yeah.
Personality and characteristics, you see. You're in someone else's country, there are a lot of things to learn from them, their culture and their environment with their, let me just say, their food and all that, you see. Yeah, it's very important.
Yeah. But you made mention of customer service. I would testify. When it comes to Nigerians working here in Ghana, business owners, traders, wherever you find them, you guys are very accommodating, nice, and your customer service is excellent. Do you say that is your the main thing that makes you stand out?
Exactly. You see, when you are at home, there is some freedom you have, like it's different from when you are in someone's house, you see. Yeah. As for in Nigeria, there, I can't brag with it, but it's just so different when it comes to work. Even if you are in your own country or so, the customer service is always like that.
Okay.
You see.
So how do you treat your customers when they come in? Even on days where you're having a bad day, how is the relationship like?
My bad day, I left it outside. I don't take it inside the shop. No matter how bad my days are, definitely at the door. Immediately I step inside the shop, you never know if I had a bad day or not.
Okay.
Definitely a must.
But you know, working with women, sometimes they claim, which is not true. I would say it's not true. Women are very hard to deal with when it comes to what they want. A lady can show you, okay, this is what I want. But the moment maybe something goes wrong, you are good at what you do. Like, you don't miss it. But you have an instance where she says, this is what she ordered, and maybe this is not what she's getting. Maybe it might be their extension. Maybe it might be the weave is not quality and all that. In such situations, how do you handle it?
Yeah, that is what they call customer service. They are always right, no matter even if they are wrong or not. So you have to do what exactly they say you have to do. So as a professional, if a week will not be enough and she requested for something that exceed the limit of the week, you have to go and get some, even if you add it to the base of the total air. You see, when the work is done professionally, it's looking nice.
Yeah.
You actually told the client that this is the amount you wanted to take from the service. And immediately you are done with those work and it's really looking nice the way she wanted it. She can add it to that bill, you see.
Yeah.
So that is the problem most people are having, you see.
Okay. Great.
When they are trying, they'll think of managing wigs and so on and so forth. So it affects the service a lot.
So with me, I like to do consultation. When I go, you see, when I came in, you gave me options.
Yeah.
There are days where I'm inspired by a style. I walk in, I'm like, this is exactly what I want. But then I want to talk to the person who's doing the hair. How important is it to do consultation? Maybe your head, even your head shape is not suitable for that cornrow that you so want. And should you be always honest? And even if you give the advice, the consultation, and the person is still not giving in to you, should you just go ahead and do what they want? But at the end of the day, if it's not nice, they will say your work is not nice.
Yeah, that one there is true. So when it comes to a professional stylist, you see, you have to know the types of hair you're handling, the type of style, and your customer service. Sometimes clients will bring some pictures that won't fit them, you see, or some style that won't be able to do on their hair. So you have to convince them, not like tell them that it won't. You have to bring an option, yeah.
Okay.
In order for you to divide, or you have to bring different options for them. So they should go ahead with that.
Right.
At the end of the day, if it doesn't fit, they will prefer, like I told you, you would have done this style requested for you. You went ahead and doing something else, and look at what you have done. It's not looking nice on me. So you have to undo it and do what they requested for.
All right.
If that doesn't suit them, So what are you going to do now?
Who do you blame?
Who do you blame?
Yeah.
That one there, you blame no one. The client definitely will send it like that.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
But one reason that makes you stand out, the first time I came here, remember when we were doing this hair, it got to this part and I told you I was feeling pain. We were kind of done with the back, right?
Yeah.
But then when you saw the pain I was going through, you were like, no, let's take it off. And you did take it off, even though you had completed this section.
That's what they call customer service. Although you told me it was okay, but I can really see the pain you are going through, so I have to undo it and redo it again because me, I'm not fully comfortable. Nah, it's not nice.
But women have really suffered when it comes to braiding. You meet some hairstylists, they claim that some people, they say, it's too tight. It looks like it's not their fault. Anybody that comes in, they're like, oh, when you braid, I feel the pain. Your hand is heavy on the head.
Yeah.
For such a situation, sometimes when you talk to the hairstylist, they are not accommodating. They don't want to accept or even take it easy with you. They say a customer is always right, and it's my hair, it's my scalp, and all that. But sometimes you meet some braiders and they don't even want to take your word or put your fillings. It's a lot of pain, especially for people who have natural hair, because my hair is natural, so I don't want someone who doesn't know how to care for natural hair to handle my hair. So what would your advice be to your fellow hairstylists who are not so okay with the feedbacks that customers give them?
And they should go and look for a different work to be doing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have to. When it comes to customer service, you have to treat your clients very nicely, including, it doesn't matter how much they are paying you. Someone might get hair done and go and bring someone else that will give you a lot of money.
Exactly, referrals.
That is the problem most people are having. They feel like this service, this client there doesn't have money, let me all do it for her. Any abasa, then take your money and go. It's not really nice. You don't have to underrate anyone when it comes to your work.
Okay.
And you have to give it your all.
Exactly.
No matter what client is telling you, you have to abide to what they are saying. When it's hurting, you have to adjust your hand and focus on your clients, you see.
Exactly.
They are the one paying you, so you have to give them your time, everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Dennis, with all your years in the beauty industry, what would you say is your specialty? What do you specialize in? Is it braiding? Is it the weave on? Which one would you say is your best? That when anytime you touch it, like, this is my signature, this is a go-to when you want this kind of hairstyle?
The way you put it there, actually, when it comes to this service of a thing, I really don't know which is my signature. Yeah.
But I've seen your braids, the braids that you do. I've not yet seen like your weaves. Yeah, I've not yet seen it. But then for the braids, I see it pops. The cornrows is good. You've got your patterns right. It's very neat. The pattern, how you cut, everything is just fine. So maybe I'll say it's the braiding.
As for me, the braid is not really my thing.
Well, which one be your thing?
Even the hair cry is not even my thing.
Hey! So you're here, you're in the industry by chance or what?
That one there is true. You see, I'm really good in this work because I commit myself into it, you see.
Okay.
So when I start talking there today, voila.
So the conversation continues. We're done on braiding, we washed the hair, we've stretched it, and now Dennis is in full action. He's braiding. Dennis, so this one is the name of the style that we're doing. It's knotless.
Yeah, it's knotless.
But then the braids are bigger.
Yeah, big size.
Big size. Okay, great. But do you know that a lot of hairstylists don't love to work on natural hair? Personally, I have natural hair.
That is true.
And sometimes when I go to the salon, they look at you, okay, natural hair, especially when you have to wash before they start working on your hair. Some hairstylists will reject you. But you are not being fair to us now. Why is it so? Is it so difficult to work with our hair?
Now, as for natural hair, there, natural hair is being done by professionals. When someone saw your natural hair, they start complaining, making some. You know that they are not professional enough to handle your hair.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only few people that are professional enough to handle natural hair. As for me, to be frank, I really prefer natural hair than perm hair.
Really?
Yeah, true.
Well, why is it so?
And to, like, it has a lot of style to be done naturally without wig or extension, you see. Yeah, like twist out. Even when you do rasta, you can also undo it before. There are different styles with curls, finger curls. There are a lot of style you can do with
Okay.
natural hair when it
So,
comes to style, yeah.
yeah. But my ladies who are watching, they'll testify that if you have natural hair and you go to a salon, sometimes the way they handle it, they are so rough on the hair, not knowing that it's not like the perm where maybe if you are separating it, you are parting it, it hurts. And when you try to complain, they are like, Madam, oh." That's how it happens. So some ladies love to wash their hair at home before bringing it to the salon because not anyone will be so gentle with it. I don't know.
And when someone is trying to tell you indirectly that you are not welcome here, so that is how they treat someone, you see.
Exactly, it
They
happens.
can't tell you that you should stop coming to the place, so they have to treat you in a way that you have to go
You
to
go
a
and
different
never
side.
return.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly, but then we could all do better because caring for the hair is much more important. So that is with this one, how long would it take
This
for this
one,
braids? Yeah,
and it can take just 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours will be done.
braid. So on a regular, when you have knotless, like the smaller ones that a lot of women love to go for, how long does it take?
That one, it will take 4 hours.
Oh, okay.
Like small size of knot, yeah, 4 hours is okay.
Oh, now the big question, Gary. Now I don't see a lot of women rock that hairstyle. The very tiny ones. Some takes days, but when someone walks into your salon to get Gary done, how long would it take?
Gary, and we have a lot of girls in this shop. It will take just 1 day per. Although it will take our time a lot, but it's just 1 day work.
So you prefer the person comes in very early?
Yes, please, very early, and we'll start doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So earlier in our conversation, you made mention that you also work on dreadlocks.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Dreadlocks, sister locks, false locks, butterfly, not all of them are bow, you see. They're all related, so it's just a minor work.
I see. But then there's this misconception that when you lock your hair, you cannot really explore other hairstyles. Is that true? Once the hair is locked,
Depends on the size of the lock, so when it's big locks, that one there is true. You just have to leave it like that, just be interlocking your hair and continue with your locks, because that was what you go for. But when it comes to sister locks, yeah, you can do some other style on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I see. So word on the street is that when you are a hairstylist and you travel abroad, maybe to the US, the UK, the money is good because their industry, a lot of people love the braids, and the black women there who own salons, they really cash out because someone would love to take like a $300 for braids. Now, if you convert $300 to Ghana cedis or naira, that's a whole lot of money.
That one there is true because we are in Africa, our mentality. When you go there, you think of the taxes and the things they are buying also. It's
Exactly.
also equivalent to the prices. It's just the environment. So you converting it here is different for you being in the country there doing the work, you see.
I
Yes,
see.
true. We have not been to somewhere. That is what we think.
Exactly. Okay. But so if someone wants to come for you to train them how to braid hair, are you open for that? And usually the course, how long does it take?
How long? A year and 3 months is okay.
A year and 3 months.
Yeah.
So with that, you master the braids, the cornrow, the
The wig
wave on.
caps and everything, yes.
I see. But then do you have courses for like maybe women working class or maybe someone who is traveling outside and wants to maybe just learn how to braid? If you go there, you can use it as a side job. Are there short courses? Especially when I come for what I want specific. Maybe I want to learn how to do weave-ons. Maybe I want to learn how to do
actually, it's open.
It's open.
Yeah, it's open.
Okay. But there's this other question too. I don't know if it's just superstition, but some women claim that you go to a salon, they'll work on your hair. All of a sudden, your hair starts breaking. There are some instances you visit a salon, the moment the person works on your hair, then miraculously the hair starts growing faster and all that. That is why some women love to stick with a particular hairstylist. How true is that? Do you have magical fingers?
No, that is what they call professionals.
Hey, this professional dear.
As for that one, it's true.
Yeah.
When it comes to professional job and you know what you are doing, you see, when you take good care of something, you see, without any miracle or something, it's normal. Yeah, you definitely take good care of something very carefully and it will be growing well. But when you are doing it, the thing basa, so definitely you end up having something basa. It's
Basa
natural.
like that.
Yeah,
I
it's
get
true.
it. But do you speak any Ghanaian language? Are you fluent in any? And I am country.
That will make it true. Really make chief. As for my talk, I mean.
What did you do, kakra?
No, as for me and tree there. Me, they don't want to teach me tree. I'm always busy. Yeah, only brofu pay. That is what I say.
But you haven't made Ghanaian friends who are willing to, or you are too busy to sit down for them to take you through the tree
I'm
thing?
too busy. I'm always at work doing one or two. Me, as for that Ghana language, it will be very difficult for me.
I see. So which part of Nigeria do you come from?
I'm from Edo State.
Edo State.
Yes, please.
So what's your official language?
That one there is also the Edo language.
Edo language.
Yeah, I'm from East and West, you see. We have different range in that Edo State. East and West is Ekpoma, that side.
Oh, okay.
That's where I come from.
I see. We're almost done. That's the very last one. So they want to say that when it comes to the beauty industry, having to be a hairstylist, is it very profitable? Money day inside.
Money day inside though.
Eh?
Yeah, money day inside, and they should come and invest themselves. Do you know how many shops are in Ghana that there's no stylist inside? As for the money day, but who will be the one working?
It entails a lot of hard work and dedication. Yeah.
So it's the service that matters a lot, not just the salon itself.
But then there are not, like, a good number of male hairstylists. Because it's a female dominated, we see a lot of women in there. How do you feel being a man in this industry? Do you have like male colleagues?
Yeah, when I, like, to be frank and sincere, the person that taught me this work was actually a male.
Oh.
And the shop, there are more than 20 guys there, you see.
In Nigeria?
Yes, please.
Okay, okay.
And the ladies are not plenty. Yeah, so I'm cool.
So is it normal on a regular to see a lot of male braiders in Nigeria compared to Ghana?
That one there is true. A lot of guys that are braiders, mostly, even in Ghana here, it's only few of them that based on braids. There are no pedicure, manicure, nails, that's what they do, and barbering, you see.
All right, Donna, so it's all done. I love my braids, I must say. It's looking good. How long did it take us?
How long? I didn't check the time. I think it's 3 hours.
2 hours, yeah. So yeah, you should, if you have never had a male hairstylist treat your hair, you should. I will recommend that you visit a salon or a lounge like the Meg's Beauty Lounge on the Christian Village Stretch, where you could meet one of the best hairstylists who's doing great. So this is Ghana Web Special. I am Paula Amabuni. Thanks for doing the watching.
Now,
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sports minister should pack someplace. He should pack someplace.
Why?
He doesn't know anything about football.
Hello and welcome to Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio. Today our guest is someone who has years of experience when it comes to football in Ghana. With the current state of football in Ghana, our guest will help us understand what he thinks about the current state of football in Ghana. He's a seasoned and a renowned football administrator. We're taking a short break, and when we return, we'll start the conversation. Welcome from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafio and you're watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. I'll let my guest introduce himself. Sir, you're welcome to Sports Check. My guest would definitely like to know who you are.
The name is Nana Fitz.
Nana Fitz, okay. He's a renowned football administrator. And, well, let's zoom in straight into the conversation. A lot has been said about the current state of Ghana football lately with regards to our performance on the international stage. What do you think is wrong with the Ghana football?
Football in this country, to me, does not even exist.
Why?
Oh, because you see the current form of the football administrators, and then what is happening to football and this thing. It's nothing to write home about.
But there have been others who say that we've been able to qualify for the World Cup. Black Stars under 20 Women's World Cup we were there.
I don't want you to say others, saying that you know, that's where the problem is. You know, football is a game, and it ends at the end of the tournament when you're finished. When you say that we have qualified for, at what cost? Is it right the way we went through it? What happened that we only qualified and we didn't go further than that? You know, that's where we have to start from. There is something definitely wrong with Ghana football. Do you understand what I'm saying? Something wrong with Ghana football now. Now, my experience, I'm not a little boy. Me, I was around when Onyejan was around. I've seen a lot of football administrators. I've seen a lot of the way football has been running in this country. You see, it's different now. It's much different now. You know, And then the foundation of Ghana football is being run on now. It's nothing to write home about. We need a complete overhauling before you can even talk to me about Ghana football.
I would like you to state some of the things you think are wrong with Ghana football, some of the things you think are wrong.
Transparency, accountability, who is doing what, who is doing what. You see, don't forget that football yesterday, 90% of Ghana football fans, we should say, did not even understand the difference between running a club, the Blasters, and the others. Do you understand what I'm saying? You see, Blaster belongs to us. It belongs to you, me, the man standing there, the people on the street, and everybody. That's who owns the Blasters. You see, so the respect that we need for the people who are handling, there's a difference between owning and handling. The people who are handling the Blasters, the respect that they should give us, they are not giving us. It's only respect, accountability, and transparency. That's all. People want to know how their money is being spent, who is spending it, and why. And I don't think these people, they are ready to do that.
Do you think the money was spent wisely? Looking at the report that have been coming out that players took 100,000 and some other people on the some higher authority in football were also paid the same amount of money.
If it's true that that's what went on, I think the people who took the money and the people who gave the money should bite their heads down in shame. You know, they shouldn't have done that to start with, if it's true. The reason I'm saying that is, look, we gave you the money, you took the money, everybody knows that you took the money from the government, taxpayers' money. And if you know or you think that you did the right thing there, or you are doing the right thing here, all we are asking for is the money that was given to you. Nobody is saying that anybody has chopped any money or anybody has done anything. All we are saying right now is the money that you took, please account. You know, come and make an account to us, to the owners of the national team. That's the public, the taxpayers. Is it a crime? Is it a crime to ask that question?
I don't think so.
So if they know they did the right thing and the money was spent properly, come and then account for. Let's set up a complete independent commission. You know, they sit down with auditors. And then you tell them how the money was used. And I don't think if you do that, any talk will come. But until that one is there, Ghana of yesterday, when football is concerned, so far as football is concerned, it's not like Ghana of today. Ghana of today, we are hip. We are opening our eyes. We want to see where every penny went. You don't come and tell me that you took me to World Cup. So we should be quiet. At what cost?
They have also said that they are going to invest some of the money in the renovation of the Ghana Soccer Center of Excellence.
They should put this thing on paper. Is that too much for anybody to ask? You have the accounts there, account department, you have the president, you have the vice, you have the community, you have the management committee, you have them all there. How long will it take for you to give us a respect? That's what we are asking for, respect. Do you understand what I'm saying? Respect. Give us respect. Just come out and say that the money that I took to, when we went to the World Cup, this is how much money it cost us. This is how much taxpayers' money that it cost us. And this is the breakdown. Is it too much for us? How is it difficult for us to go around this and people are fighting and then they are threatening to go to court and they are doing this thing? All we are asking for is come out and tell us.
Well, with regards to the Blasters, there have been other concerns of the public saying that there's some form of influence from some top football administrators to bring some players or influence coaches to favor some players in the national team. I guess you've heard about it. What are
Yeah.
your impressions? Being someone who has worked over the years with the likes of Oyinijan, was there something like that in the past?
No. Because those days, we didn't have this kind of FIFA rules. We didn't have this kind of the days. No, we didn't have that. Kwame Nkrumah, that time he was responsible for sports. Kwame Nkrumah, Minister of Sports. You see, and he appointed Oyinijan as a director. Not as a minister, not as a director of sports. Single-handed, take care of Ghana sports. And because there was some truth, because that time there was nothing like lying about it. And you didn't hear all this. Everything went on smoothly. And they won cups. I remember I used to play for Cornerstones. When we traveled from Kumasi, Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, wherever we go, we have some reps at all the centers. So Saturdays and Sundays, the schools are closed. So the players will go and sleep there on the table. You put table together and sleep on it. Don't ask me about pillow because we didn't have it. They give you only blanket. And they want cups. But look at now. We are paying these bonuses, the allowances, the management committee, the wine. If you put the management committee, if it's true that they took 100,000, taxpayers, please listen to me. If it is true that they took 100,000, if you convert 100,000 to cedis nowadays, do you know how much? About 13 billion old cedis. Me, I'm a whole guy, so I'll talk about OCDs. 13 billion for about 6 people. It doesn't include the plane fare. It doesn't include the bonuses, the per diems that they were taking. It doesn't include the hotels. It doesn't include the food that they ate and all these things. No, cash to them is about 13 billion. At this time, Ghana, we are finding it very difficult to pay nurses, doctors, teachers, to take care of petrol, to take care of this. And you look at God we all serve, believe in, and say that I'm giving them this amount. For what? For what? For what? And when they came back, all we are saying, nobody's saying that you have misused money. They say, tell us. You see, right now, you cannot run away from the fact that if you listen to the radio, if you listen to us, if you listen to somebody, some people are saying that it's not true. Some people are saying, some people are. So who's going to put it to rest?
Let me ask you this question. If you had won the World Cup and the management members had taken the 100,000, would it have been good?
It does not fascinate me. Me, I believe in total justice. I believe in total justice. Master, all we are saying is we are not talking about winning, losing. When you talk about losing, we were the most, friends said, we were most, helping with the adjective that I want to use. We were the most...
lowest rank.
Okay, lowest team. And how much they cost us. And we are saying that, look, it's a privilege for us to have chance to go to World Cup. We did well by going to World Cup and so. We are saying that the money it took, was it enough? How did they spend it? Do we have to go to court on this?
Well, we'll come to that, but let's take a short break, and when we return, we'll continue with the conversation. You're watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio. Welcome back from the break. You're watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio. My guest today is a renowned football administrator, Nana Fit. We're talking about the current state of Ghana football. So, what do you think about the Ghana Premier League? Have we come far to lower our standards, or you think we are doing well?
We are descending 380 miles per hour, going down. You know it, and I know everybody knows it. Right now, we've been having difficulties to get people to go and watch matches.
Back then, how were the past club and football administrators?
Look, when they say Kotoko and Haas are playing, or Kotoko and Dwarfs, Kotoko and any team, when they say they are playing, Haas and any teams they are playing now, if you are not at the stadium around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, you won't get a place to sit. Because the people loved the game, they understood the game, and then they knew that they went and watch a genuine football. It's not like today. What do you see? A player playing football, he turn around and score his own goal and say that I did that because I'm protesting. That the top people are betting, they are using us to bet. They are making, when these things comes out, do you think anybody will go and pay money to go and watch? Why don't we tell them the truth? We know why they are not, we know why it's like that. We know it. Everybody knows it. You know why people have lost interest. There was a time Blasters, they were playing in Cape Coast or something. It came to a point where they have to hire some buses, go to the universities, get them, pay them to come and watch the match. It has never happened before. Never happened before.
How about officiating in the Ghana Premier League?
Officiation is bad. Everybody knows that. Because the players are not being paid well, because the owners of the teams, they don't have enough money to keep the boys in shape, to keep the boys, let them know that they are playing, they are working. All these things.
We say we'll talk about the negative, we'll say a lot, but what do you think should be the solution?
What I think should be a solution is very, very simple. Accountability. And let the money go where it's supposed to go. Right now we have a lot of people are blaming the government for, we don't have stadium. And then the stadium is bad. They have turned off the lights. Cape Coast stadiums. They have done this, they have done this. And then you go. You take people's money to go to the World Cup, to go and buy disgrace. Do you understand what I'm saying? To buy disgrace. The money that we took, we didn't go to do anything. We go and bought a disgrace. Because we
won one match.
One match. You see? So this money that you brought, the balance, and then the 100,000 that you give to people, if it's true that they took 100,000, how do you justify it? We are paying, some players are taking 400 Ghana a month, 300 Ghana a month, the players who are playing here.
So do you think the money from the World Cup should be invested into the Ghana Premier League?
That's what FIFA says. When they give money now, they don't give money and say that the top people should sit down and then do whatever they want to do with it. No, they don't say that.
So how should the money be invested? Should the prize money for the winners of the Ghana Premier League be increased? Should players be paid a particular amount of money? I want to know how we can do things to boost the Ghana Premier League and make sure it returns to where it used to be.
You see, you cannot, when it comes to the salaries of the players, you cannot give them a ceiling. Or you can, yeah. You can tell them that nobody should pay a player less than, say, 200, 300, whatever. But you can't tell them that this one should get 200, everybody should get 200. No, it does not work like that. Even in Europe, it does not work like that. The first solution will be Ghana football should be put on ice now. Because it's not going well. Everybody knows that. And it's from the top to the bottom. So we should put put the whole thing on the ice, freeze it, and reorganize it. Complete overhauling. Anything less than that, it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Back in the days, we saw Siki Jemfi and the likes of other great players play a number of years in Ghana before they got their breakthrough to go and play abroad. Do you think player exodus is one of the reasons for the Ghana Premier League not being exciting? Because today you go to the Accra Sports Stadium, you go to any match venue, you go there, you hear of this particular player, he excites you. Tomorrow they said he has been transferred to another club outside Ghana.
You see, those days, it didn't happen like that. There was nothing like that. The Ohijan formed Republicans, and they had top-class footballers. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Top-class footballers. And they were playing top-class football. You see, so it didn't even, Osekofi, Kotoko went to London some time ago, and they saw Osekofi. Was good, was this, they were going to do this, they were going to give him more money, big money to say. He said, no, I love Kotoko, so I'm coming back. I didn't go. Because Kotoko, at least, he loves them. They can't play like Europeans, but they pay him enough. They give him enough for him to stay. But here you give somebody 500, 400, 200 a month, and they come and say, come and take $300. Will he go? You can't stop it. The only way you can stop it is treat them well. Let's see where the monies go. And if it goes someplace that we don't like, at least we can, we can come up and say that, no, this place should have gone there. You don't say that because I'm running football. So I'm the Father, the Son, and Holy Ghost. That's communist. That's by force. You don't do football like that. Football should be supposed to be a very interesting game. Everybody should be happy. The supporters, the fans, the players, the technical team, everybody should be happy. Why would you give anybody 100,000? That's for the 5 or 6 people, the management committee. How about the top? How much did you get? And they say, come and account. Nobody is saying, I have never said that anybody has chopped any money. You see, all these things.
How will you rate the current GFA on a scale of 1 to 10?
This question, forgive me, because if I say it will be no. Forgive me, I don't want to say it.
But have they done well qualifying Ghana to the World Cup? We are about to have.
Master, people keep on saying we qualify Ghana to World Cup. We qualify Ghana to World Cup. How many teams were they looking for in Africa, and how much did it cost us? Qualify people to there, Master, it's no big deal. If you have free money, unaccountable interest to work with, so my mother could have done the same thing. So what are we talking about? Qualify Ghana to World Cup. At what cost? And we are saying that, yeah, you went. That's not the end of it. Somebody pushed you to go. So the person who will help you to go, come and account for it. That's what we are saying.
So for you, they've not done well. The GFA haven't done well.
Oh, no, I don't think they have done it. Look, I was around when Ben Kofi was there. Around when Elias Tay, all of them. I was around when Kati Caesar, SK Menu, I saw all of them. And when they travel, they bring change. Don't even let us go too far. Ben Kofi. They give me money, FA travels, they come back and say, this is how much I spend, this is what I get. It never happened before. What's so difficult about that? And you want to tell us, my brother, Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. But this case, if you allow this case to go on like it's going on now, unchecked, Ghana football is going to be like a place where if you need money, you hustle, you go there, you become rich. So because it's unaccountable interest. The money that goes there, nobody knows how the money is being spent. They're not going to tell anybody. So where is the money? This at this time that we are, let me tell you something. Mm-hmm. The only way that Ghanaians will be satisfied, won't talk, is forget the past. It has happened, it's gone. But they are still repeating it. They should come out, allow themselves to be audited, right? Audited. Yes. Allow themselves to be audited. Tell us how much. Transparency from now on, transparency. And then the big monies, the 100,000, they should bear their heads down in shame. At this time of the game.
Nana, is Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that. Why you ask me that question?
I don't
why
know.
Why are you asking that question? You know it's not in the right hands. So why are you asking me? These are some of the things that is happening in Ghana football. A lot of people are afraid I'm not saying that go and lie. God forbid, I will never do that. I don't even want anybody to do that. Don't lie on somebody. But what is happening in Ghana football now? What they call them, Yoko. Is that what they call them?
Yeah, economic.
Yeah. They should come in. Me, I want the parliamentarians. Jesus Christ, listen to me carefully. I want the parliamentarians to come in at this time. Because when they were about to leave, the sports people, the people who have chance to talk on radio, administrators, all of them were saying that when you were going to take the money, at least you told the public that you needed money, you have sent the budget to the government and then the government. So when you took the money, we are asking you, oh, it's good that government are giving the money. How much did they give you? It took the intervention of the parliamentarians to straighten it up, right? Because the minister says, Mekoba, and nobody has any power to talk.
But what about the sports minister? He's also over there.
The sports minister should park someplace. He should park someplace.
Why?
He doesn't know anything about football. The sports minister don't know anything about football. Because look at what is happening. My friend, my brother. No, you are not my brother. You are my son. Yes. Look at what is happening. And you're asking about, is it not the same sports minister who took the budget and presented it to the government? It is the same minister who came out to say that Mekoba, when we come back, I'm not going to tell anybody how much you are going to spend, how much money was given to Mekoba. When they came back, why don't the same place that he went and told the whole world, why don't him just take the budget? Do a budget, Keke. No budget. Do how you spend the money. And the minister is still not sitting there.
So you think he's...
was he not aware that they were paying 100,000? Was he not aware of that?
Probably, maybe the president will set over the years.
Was he not around when the money was being paid? Was he not around? You asked me a question. I'm asking a very simple question.
I'm sure he was.
Thank you very much. What did he say? What has he done? The government, as at now, me personally, I want to appeal to the parliamentarians that we should not let this thing die. Because anything happens today and nobody says anything, tomorrow it will happen.
I know your concern has to do with the money aspect. What about the coaching aspect of the Blasters? Since the current GFA came in, they came to meet Coach Kwesi Appiah. He went, Siki Akono, Milovan Rajivac, now Otuado has left. 4 coaches under 110. Now we're about to appoint our 5th coach.
Why do we want to sit down, and allow the same people within the short time that they've been in office to appoint 4 coaches? Dismiss all of them. Not even one of them were given the handshake that at the time of your office, all of them were sacked.
Otuado resigned himself.
Yeah. And then you, the same person, we are giving you a chance to go and appoint another coach. Me, I say it, from my experience, I say that Kwesi Appiah is qualified. There's something wrong with Kwesi. But you see, they sack Kwesi Appiah. On what grounds did they sack Kwesi Appiah? You see, on what ground, what did he do? Now, Kwesi Appiah says, I want to come back. Does it mean that he has gone to rectify the mistakes, or why does he want to come back? Because he feels that injustice somewhere was made. That's why he wants to come back. He won't call them bluff. If you want to dismiss me, give the people the reason why I was dismissed. It's as simple as that. Look, my friend, all these things that we are doing, I'm saying it again. Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, I understand you, but do you think if we don't take care, we'll return to Nyantechi's era again?
We are there. We are past them. What are you talking about? We are past them.
Really?
Oh, my friend. Look, I'm telling you, I was part, and I always feel ashamed. Some people even reported that I lied. No, I didn't lie. When they say that the government should allow non-government people, civilians, to run it, I was part of the people who were making noise. Now and then they changed. If I knew it was going to be like this, at least I would have added my voice. I would have been first to say that no, let it stay there. Right now, football stinks. Do you understand? What does it mean? Stink. What does it mean? Thank you very much. That's exactly the position that we are in now. There's absolutely nothing you can do until a complete revolution. Not that somebody takes a gun, not that somebody takes a pistol, not that. Complete revolution means complete overhauling. Let's put ice. If I have a power and I'm in a place where I can make a decision, this African Cup and all these things, you know, because the same people are going and they come back. How much are they going to share this time? Taxation without representation, unaccountable impress. They are going now again. Oh, they are going. They will take another budget to go.
40 years without AFCON.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've definitely seen Ghana win AFCON before. And definitely, it didn't cost us much to go and win AFCON.
No, it's very easy. Massa, CK Jemfis, he formed Republicans. The coach now, he's here. Every month he takes his pay. Now we play matches, like Basta will play matches three times a year, 4 times a year, something. And 90% of them are from abroad. So when he leaves and go, what does he do? What does the coach do? What does the coach do? But he takes pay. I don't have any problem. But coach, you are here, you sleep in the house free. They give you car free, petrol free, per diem when you travel, you sleep in a hotel free. So why don't you, for sake, you go out like weekend? Oh, Team A is playing Team B here. I'm going to watch it. You know, do some scouting. Football is not an easy game. Right now, football used to be a game. Right now, football is business, big business. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Big business. So we can't sit down here and go about this shit about I'm doing it. No. They don't play football like that. Football is business, and taxpayer is sika kudi. Do you understand? Money. That's why we are talking. That's why some of us we are saying. I cannot say this time about House of Folk. I can't say about Kotoko. I can't say about Dwarves. I can't say about anything because my money is not in there. We are talking, all of us. We are busy talking about Blasters because our investment is there.
Thank you, Nana Faith, for this interesting conversation. I'm sure you've sent your word out there, and definitely the people that matter in football will get talking and also demand some accountability, as you said, for the monies that were spent at the World Cup and all that matters. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and that's how we wrap up here on Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for watching.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu San Kwai, be a one ton and be a man in Kwai Baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Volta is blue. Love from Zanzibar.
This is Stone Town, a prominent historical city located in Zanzibar, an island in Tanzania. It's a fishing town located along a natural harbor, and the first Europeans to set foot on the island of Zanzibar were the Portuguese. Stone Town gets its name from the houses built with local stone by the Arab traders and slaves during the 19th century.
Shocky.
Giving us a welcome juice. This is hibiscus, right? Yes. Okay. We just arrived in Stone Town, which is their city. This is where the airport is. So we are very close to the airport, and while here we can also do some 1 or 2 tours we were not able to do back in Michamvi. So this is how it looks like, and yeah. So luckily for us, we've been given room number 9, which is the same number we had in Michamvi. If you guys remember, we had room number 9. So let me give you a short tour. It's quite a very simple room. Let's see. A very small kitchen. It comes with an AC and a fan. Unfortunately, I didn't know the bathroom is outside. This is the shower. This is also our private toilets. There are also others for other rooms. So guys, I'm here at Stone Town. So we are self-touring. I think this area looks more of like a park. A lot of people are sitting. We are seeing a lot of tourists walking around. Do something beautiful for you, or I'm very happy. My new friends here are about to do something special for you. So watch them.
Here.
Yeah, from here. From here, Zanzibar. We're gonna try shawarma.
Karibuni shawarma,
2,500.
Karibuni shawarma.
This is Masso's fish. Masso's fish. This is shellfish. You understand? Shellfish. Yeah. This is octopus. This is calamari. Yeah.
Are they fresh?
Tuna fish. Also, do you know guinea fowl?
Yes.
This is guinea fowl meat. In Swahili. Wow. In Swahili, you can say kanga.
Kanga.
Yes. Yeah. Also, this is musa beef, musa vegetarian, spiced potato, rice cake here. This is dark liver inside.
Dark liver.
Yes. Dark liver, chapati, coconut bread, garlic bread, vegetable with egg, bread.
So we are going to try duck meat, crabs, and octopus. It's not done yet. He's about to make them over there.
Yes.
Chicken, duck, octopus.
We're going to have our meat street food style here in Zanzibar. It's the second day here at the Shoki. I really like this lighting, so beautiful. So we wanted an upgrade and we decided to take the family room for the next 2 nights. He's still here at the Shoki. This is how it looks like. It's a family room, so it comes with a bunk bed, beautiful, made of wood, so strong. I think I'll sleep here tonight. Sleep here the next day. Continue here on this bed.
So the plan is now we are doing
meet our tour guide. Introduce yourself at least to them.
Okay, so my name is Saleh and I'm a tour guide from Zanzibar. So today I'm having this friend from another mother from Nigeria.
Ghana!
Ghana, yeah. No, sorry, from Ghana, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll be taking them different party of Zanzibar, especially like Slave Market, Spice Market, House of Wonder, Freddie Mercury, and etc.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. This is my outfit of today. Woo! Right here in Zanzibar, Stone Town. We're about to have a city tour with our new friend who's a tour guide. You'll see him soon. I'm very happy because I want to know everything here in Stone Town, and so you're coming along with us, so let's go.
The place where we are here, we are at the night market. This is the place where people, they used to come to get dinner every night down here. They used to have a street food. As you see down here, it's stacked because they cook down here. You see they put some charcoal and whatever. And the food is really fresh. That's why many more people will come. Not only for the tourists, but it's also for the local. You see. And there is a building down here in front of you. This is called House of Wonder. So why it's called the House of Wonder? Because it used to be the first house to use electricity, running water, and running water in whole East Africa. Town, as I told you, the reason is because the building was built by the stone and coral from the sea. Like if you touch it, you can feel. This is pure coral from the sea. But nowadays, it's strictly prohibited to use them. You see?
Right.
Yeah, yes, because there are not so many, and it's a house of fish. By the time there was a plant of them, so when it's low tide, a lot of coral comes up. You see? But nowadays, you are not allowed to use them. It's only before. So, and nowadays the city is under the UNESCO heritage, so that people are not allowed to change the nature of the house. Yes. It's the reason, bro.
Okay.
Since we came here, the water we bath is hard water. It's a little salty. Do you have fresh water here apart from the bottled water people drink?
We have a really fresh water here. Maybe because the place where you are, depends. Because you told me you have been staying in Michambe.
Yeah.
So Michambe, of course, because you are close by the sea. The water is salty, but not in the city here. In the city we have a pure water, no salty like the one you drink from the bottle. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, depends with the place where you go. Even if you go north, some areas you get fresh water, some areas you don't get fresh water.
So we are currently in their market and we are heading towards the spice market where we can find all kinds of spices here in East Africa and other parts of the country here. So I'm very excited about it. While on the tour, he's telling us a lot of things that goes on here. You see, in West Africa, if you want to buy, like, let's say fruits, they give it to you per what you want to buy. Let's say you want to buy 1 CD, 2 CD, $10. But here, everything is measured in kilos. And Nee has been to Morocco, so he says it's very similar to Morocco, right?
Yes.
They sell the things in kilos?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah.
It's actually better that way.
It's better that way?
Yes.
And cheaper?
Yeah, nobody's cheating anybody.
Okay.
In Ghana,
hi. So yeah, you were saying something?
No, I think that method of trading is okay because nobody's cheating anybody. Okay, you get what you pay for. Okay, so I think it's better than what you do in Ghana.
Okay, so yeah. The sun is out. It's a beautiful day, so let's go. We are going to the spice market now.
Mambo, you are welcome. We have a ginger, meat masala, curry for vegetable, cinnamon, and cumin, also fish masala. This is garlic, and this is cloves powder. We have red curry for color, cacao, chili, and this is muscat, nutmeg.
Nutmeg, okay.
Do you know nutmeg? Huh?
Yes, I know nutmeg.
Zanzibar we call spice lady because it is best for drinks cooking and women that's keeping up strong desire making auto food for their men.
Okay.
So Zanzibar lady use this to make the eyes look romantic because they're not capable enough to put husband eyes together when they get married for the first time. They use it in order to remove the shameless and to make the eyes look romantic. So once they use, they speak a melodious voice and the eyes look like baby Katie die. Here we've got some flavor, different flavor, and this is some of the flavor. This is banana, banana essence.
Yeah.
This is for milkshake, ice cream, cake, juice, pancake, cookie, tea, coffee. As well as with this one. This is we call vanilla.
Vanilla essence.
Vanilla essence. Wow. However, in Zanzibar we have 3 types of vanilla. We have essence vanilla, but also we have a powder, and also we've got some sticks. Stick is a bit expensive rather than both, right? And this one, this we use like air fresh. Okay. This one, because this we can keep in a house, like in our own room, and also you can just keep in a car. See?
Yeah, it smells
and
good.
And then you can keep it, and the smell is away. Then you get that smell. This one, love it.
So since I'm at the spice market, I'm going to be doing a little shopping. Garlic powder, black pepper. So the spices we got, he also gave us a gift. Let's see. Open it. Let's see. Yeah, mixed spices. Which one is the pink one?
This is red curry.
Red curry.
Red curry. Normally this we only use for color, but for different things because it's only used for color. Okay. Get well sold. It's only used for color, but for different things. If you already seen the baobab, baobab has a red color. We also put this color for the baobab.
Okay.
Baobab.
Yes. So all the spices cost us 50,000 Kenyan shillings, but we had to add extra $1 to make it equivalent. Thank you. Sorry.
Asante sana. You are warmly welcome. Feel home away from home.
Karibu
na matata. Karibu.
Look at the way you're feeling so much at home. He's feeling so much at home.
No, because the people are nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I saw you guys reading somewhere there. It's written soak.
Soak. I saw it in Dubai.
Soak is in Arabic word, but in Swahili also we call it soko. So it's almost, most of the words are the same. it's between Swahili and Arabic. Not all, but most of them. Here where we are at the former slave market. This is the place where I told you the Arabs people, they used to sell the slave here. And what we can see inside, there is a chamber which is underground where they used to keep them, and there is what? There is auction. But before they selling them, they used to punish them in front of the elite society to see how strong you are. If you cry, it means you are weak, then they send you back to the chamber which is underground room. And if you don't cry, it means you are strong, and they put you to the market for the auction, and people will come to buy you. But during the Sultan of Zanzibar, the church was not around because the Oman people was Muslim, right? The church was coming after when the missionary came here, once they stopped the slavery from the Oman. Yeah. And a place where you see the church over there before, there was a very long street where they touch your hand, where they touch your legs, where they punish you in front of the elite society, where they see you there. If you cry, where they send you back to the chamber, where if you don't, they put you to the market for the auction. So when the English come, they cut off the tree and they decided to build up the church. But still there is a whipping post. They left it over there.
We've been using a lot of narrow corners here and there, and all of them look so similar. It's easy to get lost when you're alone. Ah, it's for shower. Oh, okay. Natural sponge. Oh, I've seen this fruit. It's a fruit. What's the name of the fruit? I've forgotten the English name. Guys, if you know the English name of this particular fruit, they remove the seeds, then they use this to bath. Let me know in the comment section if you know the English name.
When you put in water, it becomes
soft. Water became very soft.
Use it to bath. We are here at the Swahili house. Hello.
Can you smell? This is tandoori, the one you buy.
Yeah.
You see the architectures?
Wow.
This is Arabic architecture.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it somebody's house?
No, it's a hotel.
It's a hotel?
Yes, so let's say,
wow.
If you watch people like that in Europe and it's difficult to meet them and whatever, but we meet them, we talk to them. They don't introduce themselves at the end of tour, they say. Elevated.
Yeah.
You see? So that's the main road street. Where I told you this side is Old Town and that side is New Town. Can you imagine? This is the Stone Town here. So all these buildings here is under the UNESCO heritage. In the city we have about 50 mosques and we have 2 churches, which is Anglican Church and Catholic Church, right there. If you see a building with the moon up, it's a mosque. You see? A lot of them.
Wow, this place is really beautiful. This place is called the Swahili House, where we could see the whole South Town. Yeah. On a normal day, you would have paid $1 to come and tour the place, but we've got to come here for free with our amazing tour guide.
This place looks like a place in Morocco, Rabat. When you go to their market, just behind their market, there are some places like this.
Yes, because you know, when you talk about Morocco, Zanzibar, Oman, I can say we are all having the same culture, and that's why the building look the same. Because all the building is Arabic architecture, Oman, Zanzibar, Morocco. Yes, same culture. That's it. So in Zanzibar we have 2 types of door. We have Arabic door and we have Indian door. When you look at the top over there, you see Arabic words. If you see any doors that written Arabic word in the middle, you have to know it's Arabic door. And the Indian one, you see the animals like Lion King and whatever, because they believe in that. You know, like I can say what, they are God, and they pray for it. So if you see the door with the sparks, because by the time when the Oman came here, there was a plant of forest down here, mangrove. So for them it was a little bit strange. They thought maybe in Zanzibar there will be bad animals like elephant or Lion King, and that's why they put something like this to protect themselves. But unfortunately when they came, they found nothing. So nowadays people, they use this for decoration, but before it was for protection.
Protection against wildfire.
We do a little shopping before we go. These are traditional bags. Yes. So I found this bag way back in Bali, and I've seen it here again in Zanzibar. Me, you're gonna get this, right? Let's get this for your sister. I think I'll get the same too for my sister. So since I came, I've been enjoying their local ice cream. This is how it looks like. This is the rubber. It cost me 1,000 Tanzanian shillings. We are here at the shop buying some bags. Each bag cost us 45,000 Tanzanian shillings, which I'll show you soon. So we are getting this mat. She's wrapping it for us. And this cost 45 shillings. Yeah. This also. Yeah. So it looks like. So if you see me rocking this bag, it's from Tanzania. Zanzibar. So guys, this brings us to the end of our tour of the Stone Town tour. We just ended. Say hi. He's selling sandals. So we just ended the tour, and guess what? We came from the other side and we ended up right here in front of our hotel. We kept using some corners. The tour guide is good. It was such an insightful tour. I hope you learned a lot just as I did. Until next time, on my next video, I'm going to rest now. I love you all. And yeah, the tour cost us $10 from our hotel, which is it's the same price you would get even outside. So we actually had a good price for that. So the entire tour cost us about $10, and the entire tour lasted for about how long did it last me? Like 2 to 3 hours. 2-3 hours walk, but it also includes shopping, because we kept buying stuff, seeing a lot of things, asking questions. So yeah, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you found this vlog helpful. Until next time, on my next video here in Zanzibar, I want to say I love you all. Mwah.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. With this time, this is download to Lemonade Finance.
There should be a lesson. When Efia Schwarzenegger came in for delay indirectly, talking about, say, on war, using pregnant. These are the things I will come after you. These are things you should be human enough. But if you are not human enough, then my shade will come after you.
It's an all-new season of Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. In this new season, we bring you exclusive interviews, great content from your favorite celebrities and personalities in Ghana. I am Paula Amabruni. When we return, I introduce my guest, my first guest for the year 2023. You're welcome back. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Now, seated in my couch is Ghanaian TikToker. His name Time GH, some people call him Time and all that. We are going to find out from him, you know, his story, how he creates his content. If you follow Time on social media, you know that he has some controversial things. You know, he loves to address issues and, you know, find a funny way of addressing issues here in Ghana. So, Time, you are welcome.
Thank you.
You look good.
Thank you. So I'm the first.
Yeah, for the year. For
wow.
an all-new season.
It's a good start.
Yeah. So we're going to shake some tables. Yeah.
Okay.
Here in Ghana, you know, TikTokers, some people say you have a lot of controversies and all that, and then, you know, people having to put a tag on you, whether it's you can be termed as celebrities and all that. Later, I'm going to find out how you feel. But you're welcome once again.
Oh, thank you so much for having me here.
You're welcome.
Your studio is very beautiful. I love your colors here, the coffee, you know.
Yeah, the whole blend thing going on.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I feel like I'm in the UK, you know.
Oh,
yeah, your studio is
chilling. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. But Tom, I want to find out, you have a wide following when it comes to social media, your Instagram, and then, you know, when you go to TikTok, where, you know, you're very
Facebook,
popular. Facebook,
even on Twitter.
Oh, across.
Yeah, all around.
Yes, I love that. Now I want to find out, TikTok in Ghana, is it a very lucrative avenue? How much do you generate? Because people say that, like, you know, TikTokers now, when we study your lifestyle and all that, lose like but you can tell us roughly, like in a month, how much can you generate, depending on, you know, the number of followers that you have.
Well, it depends on your category, because when you come on TikTok, we have comedy, we have dance, we have drama, we have lifestyle, we have tourism and all of that. So it depends on what you are selling and the people you are appealing to. There are also people who are on live, generating money from live. We have TikTok live where you get virtual gifts, then it's translated into currency like money. So people recharge, maybe I can recharge $100. If I'm watching people's video on live and I feel like gifting them, then maybe I can take $10. You use it to buy a rose. You have different types of it. A lion is even up to $500. Yeah, wow. Yeah. People earn like $500. So those are virtual gifts. It comes once in a while. It's not constant. So that is the other side of TikTok. And we have the Creators Fund. It's really not active in Africa, you know. But as time goes on, I hope like if our banking and our financial system are very good, they will open it up for people in Africa. So that is also another side. Then when you come to Ghana, like what we are benefiting from endorsement deals. So it depends on how hard you work. And these advertisement commercials, we do all of that, you know. Some people are doing it for MC. It's a whole industry and it's very lucrative. It's a full-time job, because when you start working on TikTok, let me put it that way, you realize you wouldn't have time for any regular job. Oh, okay. Some people to come in and they quit their job, you know, and then they realize they are not able to sustain it, so they have to go back to their job. So if you have a job, not a salary work, then it's your own job or a personal work, then you can combine the two.
Great. So you make mention of endorsement deals and gigs and all that.
Yeah.
What are some of the brands that you've worked for?
For me, luckily for me, I work for Jumia. We've been on a long break. I hope they will come back. I'm a full-time, I've been I'm an influencer for Go TV.
Yeah,
they've signed me for a year. I hope by the end of the year, maybe they will renew my contract, depending on how. Then you have gigs, ads coming through every single day. We have music promotions. We have, once you are generating traffic, it's money, it's marketing. So it's up to you as an individual to channel and strategize how best you can use it to get money.
All right. So if I have a song, I want you to promote it for me, and I come to you, how much will you charge me?
It depends also.
So maybe I want you to dance with it, or play it in a video, make me hype the whole song for me.
Yeah, people are charging, let's say the average is from like 1,000 to 3,000.
3,000
and it's still 3,000 Ghana cedi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, depending. Okay. Some of the dancers I heard, some of the dancers like the Dance God, this PW Academy, they charge in dollars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so when you give them the contract, they have group of dancers and they share the money, you understand? So they are a team, so everybody uploads and it's more effective. So it depends on the song. But with musicians, probably they will need variety. They will need somebody do comedy, somebody do drama, somebody do dance, So it's very lucrative. So what has been
your biggest gig from a musician?
For musicians, I've worked for Enam. She's an upcoming artist.
Enam, the lady with the dread.
Yeah, the song I did, I've forgotten the name of the song. It won a nomination for 3 music awards. When she approached me, I told her, I can't trust that the song will blow, but I can move it to a certain level where if you start a new song, you build from that side. Sometimes they don't tell them the truth. Sometimes I'll tell you, your song is not nice. So just know it's not nice, but I'm trying to do something around it. If your budget is too small, then we find a way. So me, I don't have a card rate. Like you come on TikTok influencers, they'll tell you, oh me, I charge 600, 300 or 3,000. No, I have to look at your pocket, your budget. Then I work around it for you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
Now, when you come to Ghana, TikTokers, it kind of looks like now the lavish lifestyle. You flaunt things on social media and all that. Some have called it unexplained wealth. I want to understand. Is it the money that you are generating that is funding, the big houses, the clothing, the cars that we see some of our female and male TikTokers drive? Or should we say it is just for show?
Some are not for show. Some are definitely for show, But the thing is, it's branding. And for me, it's a psychological game everybody is playing. Because early on when we started, people felt we are joking. So people needed to prove that this is how much we are worth. So some of them rent the cars to prove the point, which for me, if it doesn't have a long-term effect on your personality or your mental health, then it's good. But for me, I still do my chotro, I do my okada, I call myself cocktail, I do a little bit of Uber. It depends on where you are coming from. I don't do more of lifestyle content. Like I go to parties, I go to Dubai. I mostly do comedy, drama. I deal with drama issues. So for us, we don't have a problem. But we have people who need to keep it up. Because, Afrochella came, other big events, and some of the influencers were hired to promote it. They deal with more of the lifestyle, So they have to
keep up the game.
They have to keep up the game.
But would you say that it's pressure, PPH?
It's still pressure. It's still pressure, but they are getting something out of it. Yeah. Some brands want to look at your lavish lifestyle, then, match up with it. Okay. So that is what it is. Some too are dadabi, so some are from rich homes. So they have uncles' cars are there. My mommy is there. So even the gigs coming,
can afford your car.
Can afford your fuel and all of that. You understand? So everybody, if you have someone like Wesley Kessie is from a rich home. So if Wesley Kessie is getting 10,000 Ghana cedi in a month, you understand? And me from a Japa house, I'm also earning 5,000 or 8,000, a little bit like 2,000 difference, I'm thinking of my rent. I'm thinking of my costume, up and down and all of that. So my lifestyle goes into that budget. But for him, that car will fear. All he has to do is buy fuel, spread his friends.
So some people, of course, they've made it before, you know, the TikTok phase.
Exactly,
okay,
exactly.
Great.
So
right.
you need to know where you are coming from and your brand.
Okay.
Yeah, and your brand. You just can't follow anyone just like that.
All right.
Yeah.
Augustus Edujefi Boati. How did you get the name Time?
I came to social media to promote my song because I love music. I started as a musician.
Oh, okay.
And I was jumping to one influencer or the other, and no more church or more me. You know how it is. So that is where I got the name. Time is the name of God. Time is timeless. You know, time rules the world. This show cannot last for more than 5 hours. It has a duration. So there is no single day people will not mention my name, Time. I had to choose a name that will ring a bell on people's mind every single day as an artist. So
Great.
That's how I started.
Nice,
Yep.
nice. So Time, if for those of you who don't follow you, if you go on his social media platform, he has great content and all that. One that really caught my eye, gas no Genesis. I don't know if you agree that was like one of your viral videos.
I've had several viral.
But then that one, honestly
it also
speaking,
went,
but personally from you, which video did you say really did you good, really traveled? If you're going to pick like maybe a few.
Because I was doing variety, I was tackling different issues. I had a video about group of the nursing society.
Okay.
It also went. I had a video about police. It also went. So everybody, depending on where they come from, you find from someone who never even watched what you say went viral. I had one video too in Nigeria which went viral. So for me, I had a couple of videos going different directions.
Right. So for the one that I say is my favorite. That's I wish you could see, but then maybe you'll find a way of playing that particular video.
Okay.
So with that one, what went into it? How did you come up with that? I know there's something that people say every day. You know, the question you're asking, how did you go about that
one? So initially when I make videos and people enjoy it so much, like this particular one, I have to sit down and analyze what makes people like what I say or the things I do. Then I realize it has shareability content or it's relatable. So mostly when I'm just myself, anything can come up. So far as I open my spirit and I'm very observant, I make these kind of videos. So that particular one, I just went to the gas station to fill my gas. And I couldn't even get a boat to direct to my house. So when I dropped at my main junction, I had to walk, you know, with my gas. So once walking, I met this woman selling shoes, and she said, gas no you're saying. Actually, I met two people on the way asking me gas no you're saying. Then I told her, it's 88. That time it was 90 cedis. So my way coming, I said, this question can be annoying because very because depending on how much you are filling. For all you know, you can't even fill a full cylinder. You might fill half or 20 cedis or 10 cedis. So it just came to my mind, and I did the first record. I said, this thing is catchy. Let me do another record. And
that was it.
Great. Then people felt it.
Great. So with your content, what goes into it? Do you write your own content, or you have a team that, you know, maybe they are observing social media trends and like, okay, this is trending, do it. How do you go about your content?
I think I don't have a team now.
Okay.
I think the more Ghanaian I am, the more realistic I am, then I get content. I have to be empathetic and be in people's shoes. So you realize these are not the things just for me, but they are things for the people. Okay. So far as I continue to be more Ghanaian, then I realize this is what is going on. That's why I said people are creating content. You were earlier saying people are showing off cars, showing off big houses and all of that. You don't need to, as a content creator. You need to be realistic and be yourself. That is why, you know, because when you succumb to this pressures, hey, now I'm trending, I have to look like if you stop sitting in church, where are you going to get all of these ideas and these content from? You have to keep up being yourself, enjoying yourself. You understand? Apart from security, where there are times you can't be in public space because of security, you have to eat your wache. You have to be yourself. Enjoy it. Do the things you love to do. You keep flowing and keep on being the voices for the people.
And that is where you get the inspiration.
That is where I get my inspiration.
But when you just talk about security, I know that some people say, I interviewed some comedian, and he was telling me that, oh, you know, Ghanaians, we don't know how to take jokes. We take things too personal. For your content that you have created, has anyone come to attack you, or have you suffered any life threats or anything?
Oh, we do get it online. Maybe I don't go out a lot, that's why. But once you step on people's toes, they really, if you step on a dog's toes, they will have to bite you. You know, so definitely some of my contents have a lot of shading. So you have to do it in a very respectful way, you know. But you definitely meet your meter one of these days.
Time, you said your content has a lot of shade, which I really agree. But we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue our conversation with Ghanaian TikToker Time GH.
Musumu pese yo, uko fili gasa, ubi esha no busao, na unya ne sen, ufili ine ye sen. Ko fili wedi ye. Ufili asu kwa be hu, debi anya 10 cedi na busa. Ufa gas ne tintin sede nkura 10 cedi ya na ufi. Untimi akoto bidi yo. Emi de ma fili ne ma. Ah, nipa be 10. We ne share we na fili unya ne sen, na fili se adru sen. Adru se obeto bidi.
Welcome back. This is Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. I'm seated here with Ghanaian TikToker Time. Before we went on that break, you were talking about, you know, some of your content have been a little bit shady. I follow you. I'm a big fan, I must say. So some time ago, I observed that you were, you know, making content about Ifya Schwarzenegger, and then later on it came to Nana Agrada. I just want to find out, do you specifically maybe, like, I don't want to use the word target, but then someone who follows you, maybe a fan of Ifya, and who like, why are you talking so much about it? Why are you putting her matter, you know, in the public space?
Oh, like I said earlier on, it's what is trending, it's what is hot. They are the hottest. They are very awesome on social media. They are the queens on social media. They make noise. When they talk, people listen. So definitely, sometimes they love it. To be honest, I remember one time I shaded Shatawale in one of my videos, and some people were saying, you meet Papa, you meet Papa. So I posted it on Twitter, and I captioned it, hey, Shatawale, don't beat me. Or so it says something similar. Then he responded like, no, I'm not going to beat you. I love it, pa. You know, it adds to their brand. If they really understand entertainment, they know it's in the right direction. It even sometimes takes people's attention from the seriousness and the insults, and they just laugh over it. But you realize you find people too in their camp who will feel, oh, it could be, say, somebody has paid you to do that or just to disgrace them. But in the spirit of love, it's all about, you know, adding up to a good content.
So you don't have any bad blood when it comes
to
Ifya Schwarzenegger,
you can't.
specifically with Ifya.
That's what I'm saying. The more hotter she becomes, the more we go for those content.
Okay, so you're in for the violence.
We are in for a lot of the violence. No.
Okay.
Peace is my enemy. You understand? Yeah.
Okay. So with the Nana Agrada onto, you know, you put a lot of effort and energy into your content. You could have just stood anywhere, but then you went on location to a church when a whole arrest came.
Yeah.
So with something like that, do you feel like sometimes don't you feel like you are threatened? Anything could happen on the ground, or people could come after you? Not just on social media, physically.
Physically, that's what I'm saying. It still depends. You know, you realize most of my content, or I would probably say all of my content, are free from insult and personal attacks.
Hey, Time!
Yeah, I can shade you, it will go into your system, but it's like, I say, police nearby, any soldier nearby, there's a difference, you understand? Soldier need to me abo basa, but police need to me abo, I'm not call with them. You will find an evidence say abo me. You understand? So that is the strategy. You just have to realize that you have to be respectful. You don't insult people, and you should know court for her. You can have court issues, so you have to be smart as much as you're out there. But still, there should be a lesson. When Efia Schwarzenegger came in for delay indirectly, talking about, say, on war, using pregnant, these are the things that will come after you. These are things you should be human enough. But if you are not human enough, then my shade will come after you. You understand? I wouldn't insult you directly. I don't target you as a person, but I target what you say or your actions.
Okay.
That is basically it.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. So have you ever had someone walk up to you and like, oh, time, I want to pay you. I want you to just this person, go after this person. Some people, some content creators say they've experienced things like that. So have you experienced? And even if someone has, plans of, contacting you to, target someone, are you open to that?
They don't come. No, they won't come because they feel if they come, I'll let the cat out of the bag. You understand? Sometimes they look deep inside and they realize, my content is not biased. My content is not biased, so I think that will put them off. But if they come, they should try and see. I might end up using their issue itself as a content, you understand? But I stand for truth. Your content should have some authenticity in it. I deal with social issues. I deal with things that bothers people. You realize I wouldn't have any personal interest just to go for one particular person.
Okay.
You understand?
All right.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Wait.
That's how it is.
So with the onset during the COVID era, when we were all at home and this whole TikTok became a big craze, it was people doing fun things. It was lovely to,
watch,
create accounts and all that. But currently, if we are being very honest, now it kind of looks like it's insult. Today someone is attacking someone, they go on live, so recently someone was telling me that, oh, the TikTok that we used to be now is all about insults, beef and all that. Personally, from where you sit, would you agree with that? Or if not, what do you think can be done to sanitize the whole TikTok? Because it's not a good name, honestly speaking. Sometimes when I log on, some people can just record the filthy language just because they want to trend. They're talking about, like, it's too dirty. And then this is a place where children to go for, it's a big space.
Yeah.
As a famous TikToker here in Ghana, what do you think can be done? Or do you think it helps with the number, so we should just carry on?
No, it doesn't help with the number. I think, sir, to be honest, there's a whole lot of beef and insult, like you're saying, going on. But there are good sides to going on. It depends on where your attention is. But definitely, the negative side will try to pull off the bad side, the good side. Yeah. For me personally, TikTok is still just an extension or an extended form of our realities as a people. This has been as Ghanaians. In our schools, in our homes, even in churches, these things goes on. But TikTok is just reflecting that. If you live in a compound now, you realize these things happen. But we've gotten an opportunity, so we are just moving these things there. It was in Facebook, they move and they've all migrated to TikTok, and they are doing it. Sometimes I don't really concentrate on these beats because I have social issues to deal with. I'm creating, I'm directing myself, I'm doing a lot. There are people to doing lifestyle, tourism. TikTok is broad. It depends on where you want to put your energy, But these people are in just to make the name. But they won't last because they go, they come, they go, they come. So if you are on TikTok, it's up to you to decide where you focus your energy and you channel yourself to. These things, you can't force them. You can't force them. It's not like this Abrofu, they understand our language and they will take you off, But when people abuse you, when people wrongfully accuse you, you can report them, But TikTok is having a lot of difficulties and challenges too, because early on, they started like when you have an account and you have 10 people report you, then there's a legitimate reason, so they put you off. But people were also using that means to sabotage people, where clean accounts were also unanimously reported for no reason, and they were so it was becoming difficult. That's the reason why this thing is happening. That's the reason why this thing is happening. So there's nothing much even TikTok can do about it. There's really nothing much TikTok can do about it. But people should go on TikTok to entertain themselves. If they are ignored, they are getting their attentions. If I come on live, unless it's a comedy, even I don't get that numbers. But let somebody come on live right now. I'm coming for GhanaWeb. Hey, GhanaWeb, GhanaWeb. The moment I, even with the tonation of my voice and all of that, people will start coming. So it's our culture. Charity begins at home. These things are the things we are doing. Social media is just reflecting who we are as a people. You understand? So there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing we can do about it.
It's a big deal because, you know, we all looking at a space where, you know, it will be clean enough. At least it's social media, you cannot control it, as we are all aware.
We were here 1st January. Our politicians were out there in Parliament throwing blows. Bang, 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 bang. Our politicians, it happened in Parliament. We've seen churches, church elders fighting over. This is who we are. This is who we are. Me, so far as nobody shoot a gun or shoot at someone, if they will curse themselves and kill themselves, it's cool. You know, you go to other countries, they are dealing with it in a different way. So, what can we do?
Fine.
What can we do? What can we do?
Great. So earlier when we were having the conversation, you talked about TikTok being a full-time job.
It is.
Yeah. So apart from TikTok, do you have anything that you do professionally?
Yeah, I'm a self-taught chef, and I organize private catering for. Now I do it for top people. If your money is small, cooking is very hectic. If your money is small, I won't give you attention.
Hey, time, yo. So do you have people
I do that.
come in?
I do other personal stuff. I have people once in a while coming, but people are not taking me serious. Even if I do ad on cooking, they think, oh, it's a content. It's really not serious. But I do that one as well. Yeah, I do that one as well. And I have other personal business I do too.
Sounds.
Yeah.
You're a businessman.
Yeah, I'm a businessman, pa. I'm a businessman. I'm a businessman.
Before we wrap up all that, every sector, every industry got problems in. So as a TikToker, what do you think? What help do you need? What are some of the problems you've identified? Things that hinder progress?
Ooh, there are a lot of problems. So. But because this is not a government work, it's individual problems. Probably it's up for you to build yourself. One, I think we need to learn a lot, research a lot before we put content out there. Yeah, but I think that's the problem basically. You need, as a content creator, you need to be psychologically healthy. You need to have your sanity. You need to take break, you know, and all of that. Because sometimes people will come after you. It's up to you to get counseling. Yeah, to get counseling. You need counseling. Get 1 or 2 friends you can talk to. Don't hide your feelings. Talk to them how you feel, you know, because that's basically it. Apart from that, the money coming, you don't share it with anybody. Yeah, it's up to you to deal with it.
Great.
Yeah, it's up to you.
So I saw your content when a lead commercial manager passed, Blanson. I saw you did, you made a video for him. Was he someone you looked up to, or was he a closer friend or anything?
I did a video because he was a noble man. He is 1 in a million, one you wouldn't find in terms of, if you look at his level of achievement and still he's calm. There are people, you see them from afar and you know this is how they are. And there are people too, you see them from afar and you see this man is just so good to be true. I started watching him way back. He's not today. He's not today Eko Blankson. So he's the type we're all looking up to him, that I want to be an actor like him. So when it happened, it hit me so much. And I felt, as TikTokers, we have different ways of mourning. This is my own way of mourning him, letting the youth on TikTok knows that he's a great man. The numbers went, even on YouTube, the numbers went. And I was so happy within me that I never met him, but I could mourn him in my own way. Yeah. Right. I could mourn him.
May his gentle soul rest in peace. Yeah. Time, thank you very much for coming. But then before we wrap up, your social media handles.
Yeah, if you come on Twitter, it's time2gh. If you come on Instagram, it's time_gh2. TikTok, the other time no ABP, time GH, and on Facebook is time GH. Yeah, people should follow. People are not following me.
They should hurry up and come.
Hey, people are not following.
Time followers in your tree.
No. I don't rely on followers. I rely on engagement. Sometimes I can even get like 1 point something K shares. You know, people will share my videos forgetting to follow me. So it's all good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Great. And I love your show. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you
very
much.
It's an honor to be here.
Thank you very much. Great. So I did today's interview with Ghanaian TikToker Time GH. As he said, you should follow him and, you know, watch his content. He does really great and amazing on his platform. So yeah, I am Paula Amabroni. We'll be back with the next episode of Talkatainment. Thanks for watching.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and our good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his member, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving. A country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we'll move straight to item 4. Correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 8th February 2023. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, sorry to bring you back to page 8.
Page what?
Page 8.
8.
Yes. Members who were absent. Mr. Speaker, I was present yesterday in this chamber, but I've been marked absent. So if the correction could be effected. I was present yesterday. Thank you.
Yes, table office kindly take note. I saw him myself. Please make the necessary corrections. We go back to page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page 31. And page 32. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the second sitting held on Wednesday, 8th February 2023, as corrected, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. We don't have any report with us today. And it's important I brought the tables office to this. It looks like for a long time we've not been given the opportunity to look at the official reports. What is the problem? I think you need to let us know. If not, when they come in the flood, it will be difficult for members to focus on all and to do the necessary corrections. So please, official reports, those involved, please kindly get them available. I don't have any statement with me. I think yesterday you dealt with all the statements that were admitted, unless there's some urgent statement for consideration. My attention has not been drawn to any of them. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, yes, you rightly observed that we don't have a statement presently, but my colleague member, the Honorable Ranking Member for Foreign Affairs, has given some indication that I'm sure in due course we can talk about that. So, in the absence of that, Speaker, respect, shall we move on to item 6 at the commencement of public business and go on to take item 19 on page 16 on today's order paper, Speaker, with respect.
Minority from
Speaker, we are in agreement with Chief.
Honorable members, at the commencement of public business, item 6, presentation of papers. According to the Majority Chief Whip, we take item
on page 16, item 19.
Item 19 at page 16 of the order paper. Motion. Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, with respect, the chairman is not present at the moment in the chamber, and I'm a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I've related duly to my colleagues in leadership, and hence we will seek your leave to present the report for and on behalf of the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this motion is a very important one. We expected the chairman to be here. For more than that, our Honorable Chief Whip must make sure that the members take this house very seriously. I mean, this motion is a very important one. The committee, as a chairman who has worked on a committee, this is scheduled and he knows that this is going to be taken today. He should be here. And it's something that I keep drawing your attention to these matters because in the coming weeks we will not really contend on that. So I want to make sure that they come. But on that note, Mr. Speaker, we can allow the Chief Whip to take that. Well, Majority Chief Whip, you may go on.
So that, with respect.
Just a minute. Were you trying to raise an issue?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I haven't had this report. My colleagues here hasn't gotten the report. Another member hasn't gotten the report, and I check religiously my pigeonhole every day. So why do you think we should adopt a report that we haven't even seen? At least 3 other colleagues of mine haven't seen the report. So I really don't think that we need to adopt this or work on it until we are all set with copies.
Yes,
with respect,
Majority Chief Whip, yes, respond to this before we move on.
With respect, not according to any order. I recall before we rose, this report was distributed, and then this morning, copies have been made available. I apologize profusely to my friend that he hasn't got a copy yet. I'll make sure he gets a copy. But more to my deputy leader's point. Speaker, the practice has been in this house. I recall there was an occasion that a report had to be presented by, a paper had to be laid by the chair of the Finance Committee. It happened that he was not in the chamber, and my respected minority leader did that on his behalf. Apart from that, the practice has been that once I'm a member of the committee, I'm entitled to present it, unless leadership wants to insist that the chair has to be in the chamber, and we are defying the practice that we all cherish. So let's not belabor this point. Let me present the report, and then if you have some observations, you can make it. It was distributed earlier this morning. More copies have been given to members. The Honorable Minority Leader can attest. There are copies around, and I can see you have a copy now. Yeah, so you can peruse it, and then let's stop dragging this matter.
Mr. Speaker, I thought.
Let me listen to Honorable Bauer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just glancing through this and also asking the ranking member on foreign affairs. I was just made aware that this has to do with the delimiting, what do you call it, the borders. That's a very important decision to be made. And so to have a document that is about 20 pages, even if you are, it will be difficult to just absorb all these things within a twinkle of an eye. So if they could step it down, so let us read through it properly before we take it. That would be very appreciated, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Honorable Clement Apak.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this matter raises a much more profound challenge we have in this House. This is not the first time that we've been given a report in just about 2 minutes, and we are being asked to consider it and comment on that. And I think as a House, we need to do things in a better way. We cannot expect to be doing justice to the issues that come before us when we are not given ample time to look at reports, read them, analyze them, and perhaps even do research so that we can properly contribute. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this presents us with a good opportunity to realign and fine-tune the way we do it in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the call is for us to give some more time for members to go through the report. The report is actually dated December 2022, giving the impression that it was produced earlier on and been distributed, but I got a copy today. I did check from my records, and none was distributed to my office until today. And so there's a case being made, and I think that the nature of the report demands that we give some more time to members to read, because it's on a very important affair, the affair dealing with the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, the Niamey Convention. So we may give members 1 hour. 1 hour is okay. Oh, 3 hours, I don't know, but 3 hours at this level, 1 hour. 1 hour. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the document before us is 19 pages. The ranking member indicates that he's ready to speak to the matter strongly. However, I recognize that there's the need for us to review it. Mr. Speaker, I agree if you can give us an hour maximum, I'm sure we can be able to read and do justice with the details. The fact that you give us maximum 1 hour for us to read it.
I should give what?
1 hour, if we can suspend for 1 hour so that members can read the documentation before us.
Oh, suspend sitting for 1 hour?
Or in other words, whilst we are debating it, members can be able to peruse the document. It's only 19 pages. It's not that much.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I speak in support of the Minority Leader's call for suspension for an hour, particularly because all the other items are not ready, except this convention. So, Speaker, if you may accede, we should suspend for an hour, after which you could come back and take this item. Thank you.
Honorable members, we are being urged to suspend sitting for 1 hour. Is that the understanding of the House? Yes. The House is accordingly. Yes, Third Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. There's a statement, a tribute for an old member who has passed on. I thought that we could take that, and then if by that time we still don't have sufficient, then we could then suspend. But it's a very short one. The former member of Salon who has passed on. And it was brought to my attention this morning. I perused it, I think we can take it. So subject to the Speaker's overriding direction, I propose that we use the interim to take that statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, your attention has been drawn to a statement that has been admitted by the Third Deputy Speaker. I gave him the authority to do so, and this is the time for me to formally inform you to submit all your statements to him, and he will hold discussions with you before admitting them. If there's any issue, he will draw my attention to it. Now, don't send statements to my office. Send them to his office, discuss them with him. If they are admitted, we'll go through them together here. And so, if members are prepared to listen to the tribute which is to be paid to one of our illustrious past members, whilst you glance through the report, I think that will be in order. I hope I'm correct. That's your pleasure? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's the best way to go. While we are taking the statement, members will be going through the reports. So
thank you so much. Yes. We go back to item 5 on the order paper, which is statements. And a statement is to be delivered by Honorable Woyomi. Am I right? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to pay glowing tribute to His Excellency, the late Emmanuel Oscar Ameyedo, who was a staunch member of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, and one of the founding members of the National Democratic Congress in the South Tongue constituency. He contested and won as the first parliamentary candidate for the constituency in 1992, a period when the nation had transitioned to multi-party democracy after several years of military rule. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency Emmanuel Oscar Ameyedo served well during his tenure, both in the constituency and in Parliament. He was a former secretary to the Dabala Area Development Association and Agave Youth Association. Some of the committees he served on in Parliament include Vice Chairman of Select Committee on Local Government and Rural Development, Member of Subsidiary Legislation Committee, Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee, and Chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the late Emmanuel served as a parliamentarian for only a term, 1993 through 1997. But he was diligent and his presence felt.
He was the first chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of Parliament and was part of the parliamentary delegations to Republic of Korea, European Parliament, Brussels, and Strasbourg, Investment Promotion Forum, and 50th anniversary of United Nations, New York, the National Institute of Democracy, Strasbourg, and National Assembly of Togo. As a chairman, he managed to acquire an office for the committee that facilitated their work. This was a big feat at the time. He initiated a number of developmental projects during his tenure as a member of parliament in his constituency. And it was during his tenure that the Agodome water treatment was constructed. The late Emmanuel Oscar Amedo also co-edited Proceedings of Seminar on Parliament and Foreign Policy Making in Ghana in 1995, a publication by Frederick Ebert Foundation, Accra, whilst he served as an MP in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, after he served as Member of Parliament from 1993 to 1997, His Excellency Emmanuel Oscar Amedo was appointed by the then President of Ghana, the late Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, as an ambassador of Ghana to the People's Republic of China, Cambodia, Vietnam, and Democratic Republic of Korea, where he served diligently, thereby creating a solid and friendly relation between Ghana and these countries. He served there from 1997 until 2001, after the National Democratic Congress lost power to the NPP. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency Amedo served faithfully even after he retired as an ambassador. This is evident in the words of the former President John Mahama, as he stated when he visited the bereaved family that His Excellency Oscar Amedo was instrumental in arranging his first meeting with the current Chinese president, who was then the vice president. And he was one of the leading men who assisted government in the construction of the Atuabo gas project. Mr. Speaker, life indeed is a journey which must come to an end someday. Today, the life of His Excellency Emmanuel Oscar Amedo, who labored through life as management executive and as a politician, has come to an end. Though gone from our sight, but never from our hearts, because of his good deeds and the many lives he touched. The people of Southtown will miss him. NDC will miss him. We will miss him for the perfect gentleman that he was. An instrument of influence, hope, and support to family, friends, and loved ones. He played his part. Mr. Speaker, those who have had the opportunity to work with him will attest to the fact that His Excellency Emmanuel Oscar Amedo was affable, a problem solver, and a unifier, selfless, committed, kind-hearted, and soft-spoken. These we are encouraged to carry and pass on to the next generation of politicians. Mr. Speaker, the mortal remains of our brother, father, friend, and loved one, Emmanuel Oscar Amedo, will go into the sand this Saturday, 11th February 2023. I therefore wish to express my deepest condolence to his children, family, the people of Southtown, and to the greater NDC, and I pray for a peaceful rest for the departed soul. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, any comments? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make comment on the statement made by the member for South Tongue on to pay tribute to the late Oscar Amayedo, who was the first MP for South Tongue from 1993 to 1997, January. So, Speaker, he was the first MP, and then after him, the former First Deputy Speaker, Honorable Kenjirasa, took over from him in 1997, before the current Member of Parliament. So, Speaker, I agree perfectly with the statement that says that the late Emmanuel Oscar Amayedo was an affable, a problem solver, unifier, very committed, kind-hearted, and a soft-spoken person. Mr. Speaker, I got to know of him when I became a Member of Parliament for Ketunok in 2005. And as a father, he always tried to unify people and also advise on how we should carry ourselves as we represent our people here in this chamber. And this weekend, on the 11th of February, he'll be laid to rest. The people of South Tongue have lost an elderly person, an advisor, and somebody who worked for the development of his constituency and his people. As said by the statement, Mr. Speaker, he was one time appointed as ambassador to China, Cambodia, Vietnam, and Democratic Republic of Korea. So you can see that this man had devoted his time to public service, to serve the people of Ghana, especially his constituents. So as we lay him to rest on Saturday, I want to family that even though we all lost him, they will feel the pain more than us. So my condolences to the bereaved family, my condolences to the people of South Tongue, and my condolences to Volta region and Ghana as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Member.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this tribute, which has been very ably delivered by the Member of Parliament for South Tongue, the Honourable Kobi Mensah-Woyome. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Oscar Amayedo, as has been well acknowledged, is a former distinguished member of this House. Mr. Speaker, he served as the first chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee from 1993 to 1997. And it can be said, Mr. Speaker, that if that committee remains very strong and vibrant, it is because of the good foundations that the Honorable late Emmanuel Oscar Amayedo and his colleagues laid to ensure that that committee continues to serve this House. Right Honourable Speaker, going through the tribute, it is clear that this is a public servant extraordinaire. He was always called upon to serve his community and his nation. He served the Dabala Area Development. He served the Agave Youth Association. The Speaker, apart from serving in Parliament, when he retired from Parliament in 1997, former President Rawlings also saw the jewel in him, his exceptional qualities made him catch the eye of the former president, and he was appointed ambassador to the Republic of China, to Cambodia, to Vietnam, and the Democratic Republic of Korea. Mr. Speaker, we can say that this is a statesman. This is an illustrious son of the people of South Tong who has served his country very, very well. I'm particularly impressed, Mr. Speaker, that even after all of these impressive positions he held, he returned to his community, according to the Member of Parliament, and he was always available to solve problems, to unify, to inspire the youth, and to offer advice and good counsel, not only to his successor, but also to the entire community and to the National Democratic Congress in South Tong. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the late Honorable Emmanuel Oscar Meldo will be dearly missed. His country well. He has ensured that the foundations he laid continues to be a guiding spirit for the current Member of Parliament, for the communities that he dedicated all his life to, and Mr. Speaker, most importantly, for this House. We can only pray that the good Lord will grant his soul a peaceful repose. May his family be consoled. As a House and as a caucus in the region, we shall all be with them this weekend to offer our last respect and to give him the dignified send-off which he deserves. I commend the maker of the statement, and I pray that the good Lord will grant our senior statesman, our senior comrade, our late gallant member of this House, a peaceful and eternal, glorious rest. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity to also make some few comments of my personal tribute to His Excellency, the late Emmanuel Oscar Ameyodo. Even though the Speaker, he did just one thing, his record in this House is still really very vivid. And in reading the tribute, the member for South Tong indicated that chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee then, he managed to secure an office for his committee. And Mr. Speaker, you are very much aware, and you knew very well at that time how difficult it was to secure offices for parliamentary business. And for him to be able to do that is no small feat. And we cannot appreciate why till now that committee has remained one of the very strong committees of this House. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, The Tongue area sits in large volume of water, but water has always been a major problem for many of the communities. And in this same tribute, we also read about him as a member of parliament initiating a water treatment project for the good people of Agodome. Meaning he knew what his people really wanted. That is not the only achievement about this honorable former colleague of ours. Mr. Speaker, we also read that he contributed strongly to Ghana's efforts in the construction of the Atuabo gas project. All today admit, Mr. Speaker, has helped in solving the energy crisis that confronts us. Not too long ago, the majority chief whip made a statement about the huge contribution of Atuabo gas. His contribution to Ghana achieving this feat cannot be belabored. And if today he's been called to his maker to join others, what we can do is to celebrate him. Mr. Speaker, he did not just end his work only in this house or at the national level. He contributed significantly in solving issues in his home constituency. Indeed, of the Tongue constituencies, South Tongue can be described as the hotbed of politics in the Tongue areas. And Ambassador Oscar did not ignore the local politics. He played his own role. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency, the former President Jerry Rawlings, indeed spent most times in that constituency because he has a little place that he loves to be most of the time. There are times when he will invite him over and will be with him to share a lot of experiences. And he was truly a man who knew so much and was determined to help his people. What I would want to urge is that many of these senior ones should be documenting what it is that they've gone through, so that even as they are away, Mr. Speaker, we can still read and know a little more about them. With these few words, Speaker, in thanking you, I wish our departed comrade that his soul will rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
Yes, the last contributor. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to contribute to the statement made by Honorable William in respect of tribute to Mr. Honorable Ameyedo. Honorable Ameyedo was a son to Tong, not only South Tong. He was a son to Tong because at the time, all issues relating to Tong, he was very key in it, especially at the time that he was the secretary to Agave Youth Association. Honorable Ameyedo, it was not surprising at the time that he emerged among about 5 candidates as the first parliamentary candidate for the NDC in South Tong when Ghana was being ushered into multi-party democracy. He was duly elected and he represented the good people of South Tong at the time. He played a major role also in parliament. He emerged as the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee and he did very well. Like my brother indicated, he was able to secure an office for that particular committee. And because he did a lot as a chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee,
when he was removed by Honorable Jirasan as the MP for South Tong, the president at the time still identified him and made him an ambassador to China. Honorable Amedu, as an ambassador to China, could be credited for his role in the Aptuabo gas company that we have today, because it was through his negotiation that we were able to get that for Ghana. When he came back after serving as an ambassador, he did not end it there. He went back home and was a peacemaker, a pacifier in all issues related to chieftaincy and land in Agaveland. Honorable Medu remained a pillar among the Tongus and, for that matter, Agave, until his demise. Honorable Medu is someone we miss in the Volta region, and I am sure that all Voltarians will join us to give him a befitting burial when his funeral is being organized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leadership, you want to have a word?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the maker of the statement, the MP for Southton, colleague Honorable Kobna Mensah Woyome, for a very important statement, paying glowing tribute to a statesman whose life, as we have seen, is completely a life of service, not only as a member of Parliament, but even after Parliament, Mr. Speaker, he played a role as a diplomat, a community leader until his passing. It was very clear that in Parliament, he was very involved in all the activities of Parliament and left an indelible mark in this House. As we've been told, he was the Vice Chairman of the Select Committee on Local Government and Rural Development, member of the Subsidiary Committee on Legislation, Trade, Industry and Tourism, and the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, his period of service from 1993 to 1971, as we have seen, really cemented the gains in our legislature. But more than that, when he left Parliament, Mr. Speaker, he continued on. What was remarkable was when he was appointed by the late Excellency President Jerry John Rawlings as the ambassador of Ghana to the Republic of China, Cambodia, Vietnam, and the Democratic Republic of Korea. Mr. Speaker, diligently as a diplomat to the benefit of Ghana, but more than that, even after he had left office, his long-lasting connections in China benefited our country. Mr. Speaker, I personally, at the time as a minister, when Ghana was working to raise the funding for the gas processing plant, there was the need for us to work to secure this facility. And Mr. Speaker, it required more than dealing with the financial institutions in China. It required engagement with high-level political figures, and the work of our late Honorable was at play, handy for Ghana. As was stated by His Excellency President Mahama, he led us, facilitated, rejuvenated his old contacts, and led us to the loan facility that ultimately got us to build the actual processing plant. And so today, Mr. Speaker, if we are talking about the gains we've made as a result of the first phase of this gas processing plant, the fact that our gas and the expensive purchase of crude oil has been cut in half as a result of the long lines of LPG having been reduced, because now we don't import half of that LPG. Those long lines in Ghana that we don't see anymore. Mr. Speaker, on this day we pay tribute to our late Honorable Mr. Ameyedolo. Mr. Speaker, more than that, He was a community leader. He served his community with admiration, even after Parliament. He was affable, a problem solver, a unifier, selfless, committed, and kind-hearted. Mr. Speaker, we have so much to learn from the life of our late Honorable Amedewa. He served his God, he served his country, and he served his community. So on this day, Mr. Speaker, he has fought a good fight, and he deserved a good rest. I think the call by the maker of the statement that he will be laid to rest on Saturday the 11th, and inviting all of us to join in honoring him is a call that I want to echo, that we should all, as much as possible, join our honorable members to an honorable man who has served his country and community so well. So, Speaker, thank you for the statement.
Honorable members, as the only member of the First Parliament of the Fourth Republic still available in this House, I think it's proper I say a few words as a tribute to our late. Oh, the Majority Chief, we wanted to say a word. Please, you can do so before I end up.
Speaker, just a third statement in showing solidarity to my colleague, double member for the South Tongue, right, who just handed over this copy of the statement to me. Very uncharacteristic of him. Be it as it may, Speaker, I think that not to belabor the high points as raised, particularly by the Deputy Leader, the character displayed in pursuit of public service by the late honorable member is admirable. I want to focus on his actions that ultimately led to the Atuabo gas establishment. I think it's worthy of celebration, and I want to particularly show pride because as we speak, we are told that that establishment is manned wholly by Ghanaians. So we have transitioned completely. And this couldn't have seen the light of day, but for the fundamentals that were laid by people like him, we all need to admit this and celebrate it. So I'm particularly elated by the fact that currently those of us who occupy public service have become more of an endangered species. And for him, all the good things that are being said, I prick myself and ask myself, if I'm no more one day, what will be said about me as a public thing is worthy of emulation. I'm also privileged to have served as a chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee. Coincidentally, we are told he was once chair of that illustrious committee. I am very happy to hear all the good things that the honorable member chalked and supervised. I'm very happy to know this. But going forward, Speaker, I tend to wonder what, as Parliament as an institution, probably we should also be asking ourselves what we also be doing in immortalizing the memory of such key and important personalities of this August House. What we can do, and Speaker, I know you are full of ideas when it comes to things like this. And so I wouldn't take the wind out of your sail because you are also going to speak. Any suggestion that will come up to immortalize such key characters, I think it will not be out of place. Having said that, I share in the pain of the people of South Dong and the current member particularly, and all the people, the loved ones, and Parliament as a whole. So yeah, I thank you for the space granted. I'm grateful.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just have a few words as part of the tribute that is being paid by this honorable House to one of our former illustrious members who has a footprint worthy of study and emulation by current members of parliament. It's important, honorable members, when you are given a position, please try and get back to history to learn what happened before your time. Who were the occupants of that position before you? And what did they leave behind? South Tongue is a very great constituency. I'm sure many of you only heard of Dr. G.K. Agama. He was a member of Parliament for South Tongue. And the late Honorable Ambassador Oscar Ameido took over from him. And in the 1996 elections, he did not contest. He did not contest. He just allowed the Honorable, my very senior Honorable Kenneth Jirasa, who was then a deputy speaker, to contest, to come back, to continue as the deputy speaker of this house. The late Oscar Ameido was a towering figure, very soft-spoken, very admirable, and very intelligent. He was a product of Accra, Bleu, Legon, and Tech. And so it's important that many of you should go back to history, because the record they left was so huge, so important, that if we had learned those things, we wouldn't be making some of the mistakes we are making today. When I hear members say some committees are not active, I just wonder who is to make those committees active. That was the first parliament of the Fourth Republic. But as chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, he made the committee as one of the most important committees of the House. It's not only his efforts that gave a very good office to the committee, but he also got a lot of opportunities for the committee members to partner the ministry then to evolve and formulate a lot of foreign policies for this country. They were partners in governance. And I think that various committees should do the same. That's the only way you can strengthen your committees and get other people, apart from the ministries, the other stakeholders, to support the committees to deliver on their mandate. So our late former colleague is to be celebrated. For some good reason, I will not be there myself, but I'll be sending a very powerful delegation to represent me. Honorable Kobina Mensah Woyomi, this is the task for you. These are stalwarts you inherited, and you cannot afford to do anything lower than what their legacy is now. And so you need to up your game. I loved him so much, and it was not just me. I'm sure that if you go through the history, you see the number of ladies that wanted to be partners of the late Oscar Ameido. He was such a handsome guy, and I think that it's no wonder that South Tongue is a great constituency. And our former illustrious president, His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings, did not just take that place as his residence, but it's because of the type and nature of the people there. In spite of this towering figure, he was so humble, simple, down to earth. I was very young, and he was far a senior. But he moved with all of us, and we learned a lot from him. It's sad that we lost him at an early age, because definitely we'll be expecting that such strong men, as stated by the Holy Bible, it's only the strong people who live up to 80. If not, we the weak ones get up to only 70. Not for me, I'm strong, so I'm going 100 years. Those who are praying that I should die now, please, you go before me. Are you sure? Yeah, so, honorable members, let's, in great respect, just give him a minute's silence to show our appreciation of what he's done for Parliament, for South Tongue, and for Mother Ghana. May the soul of our great former colleague, Honorable Ambassador Oscar Ameido, rest in perfect peace. Amen. First Deputy Speaker to take the chair, and I'm sure by this time members will have gone through the report, and so we'll get back to public business. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thought your ruling was that we break for 1 hour. As a matter of fact, when the statement was being read, we were paying attention, and for which reason the contributions were made. So I think that it is still appropriate. We have the 1 hour break, then we can exhaust this before we can make meaningful contribution to it, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mutala Mohammed, very active member of Parliament, well-spoken. This one, I think something slipped by you, because we went beyond that. We went beyond that to accepting that while the tribute is being paid, members should take that time to read the report of the committee. I'm sure you were caught up in something else. And so that is why we go by. We allow the report to be read by the majority chief with 4 and on behalf of the chairman. It is the practice. The rules actually say is the chairman of the committee. If you look at standing order, I think 161, it's the chairman of the committee that should present the report. But by practice, we always allow a member to present. And that is why in the practice, you always ask the leaders whether they have any objection. When the leaders don't have objection, then you allow the member to read the report. That is general rule. But when you go to the specific committees, there are other rules dealing with specific committees as to who can present a report. And in some committees, it's clearly stated that a member of the committee can present the report. So that is why we usually allow this as a practice. And I want to plead with you to allow others to be making their contributions while you go through the report, and let's handle it for today. We don't want to allow work to pile on. There's a lot of work for us to do during this meeting. Very key legislations and some instruments we have to pass as a house. So let's start on a very strong note. And I am happy that I see from your body language that you've accepted my plea. I'm mostly grateful to you for that. So, Majority Chief Whip, you can present the statement. First Deputy Speaker, please kindly take the chair.
Speaker, I'm grateful, and I rise to move this August House to adopt the report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, and that is the Niamey Convention. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I present the committee's report. I intend to limit myself to only some few portions, and hence I should do the needful by capturing the entirety of the report. Speaker, the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation was one of the seven legal instruments adopted at the Assembly of the Union's 23rd Ordinary Session, held on 27th of June 2014 at Malabo, Equatorial Guinea. The Niamey Convention aims to facilitate the peaceful resolution of border disputes at both local and international levels. It also seeks to promote effective and efficient integrated border management to serve as a catalyst for development and economic growth amongst countries. Speaker, Ghana has cross-border disputes with all three neighboring countries who have already signed the convention, Cote d'Ivoire and Togo, and have already ratified theirs. Ratifying the convention in Ghana will therefore enable the country to take advantage of the information sharing mechanisms provided to promote trade and facilitate free movement of goods and people. Speaker, the committee was informed that Ghana may not need to contribute financially towards the implementation of the provision of the convention, because activities under the convention will be aligned to the 2021-2025 Strategic Plan of Ghana Boundary Commission. So in conclusion, the convention provides enormous opportunity to strengthen Ghana's integrated border management systems and establish cross-border cooperation with neighboring countries to improve security and combat terrorism. Undoubtedly, the committee recognizes the benefits of Ghana stands to gain from the ratification of the convention. The convention, once ratified by Parliament in accordance with Article 75 of the Constitution, will improve Ghana's image as a country which is committed to the African Union and ECOWAS. Speaker, I so present. I thank you.
Yes. Right. Ranking, yes, okay.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, the Niamey Convention of the African Union on Cross-Border Cooperation is a very, very important one. Mr. Speaker, what this convention seeks to achieve is to resolve matters relating to cross-border disputes.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
We went through Pong, and then we arrived at one of my favorite places when you're traveling to the Volta region, at Boku. Just see how everybody rushes onto you when you stop your car. Everybody is just trying to get your attention. The abolo seller, the water seller, everybody. Hi guys, it's 2023 and I'm so happy we could all make it. Thank you for sticking with us. It's an all new season of the People and Places show here on GhanaWeb TV, and for our first episode, we're going on a road trip to the Volta region, specifically Amejope. And it's going to be exciting because there are a lot of things we're going to find along the way. So come along with us, let's do this. See ya. By 5:30 a.m., we set off from the office, and we were 4 in total: myself, my director, my videographer, and our driver. You get to meet him a little later. So we went past Villaggio. This is where some people say if you don't have money, you can't live at. And then we went through the Akramo area, onto the motorway, and then onto the Athenia Road. Oh, and I forgot to mention, this is the very first time I'm using the Tema motorway interchange at dawn. Emphasis on at dawn. And the lighting system and everything just made it stand out. It looks really impressive. So meet my driver. Bright Boating. I usually like to call him Mr. Boating. And for a road trip like this one, you definitely need a Mr. Boating because the roads are terrible. You get to experience them in a bit. But yes, Mr. Boating was the one who took us through the journey and he made it a beautiful one. So that's me in the back seat thinking about how this is going to turn out. So we went through communities like Bechile, Afienya, and of course, you know you cannot use this stretch without noticing shy hills, right? So we captured the Twin Rock and then some of the hills and the caves from a distance. And then we saw the monkeys. It was morning, so they were now coming out in their numbers. There were not so many of them when we were going, but later on in the day when we were returning, we saw some more of them. We didn't stop to feed them, however, because you would remember in our previous episodes about Shy Hills, our tour guide said it was very dangerous to feed the monkeys. So if you want to just to go back to history or those episodes, you can check out People and Places, the episode on Shy Hills, just to refresh your memories. So after this, we went through Pong, and then we arrived at one of my favorite places when you're traveling to the Volta region, at Boku. Boku is noted for the famous abolo and 1,000. When you get there, you get shrimps, you get fried yam. There are so many things, and the way the traders just come onto you, that's even more interesting. But when we got there, most of them were seated. So usually, it's only when you park that you would see them come around. But this time around, they were not so happy with our videographer because he was capturing them. We saw some of them, rain a few insults on him, but it had to be captured just for you to see. We didn't stop when we passed by in the morning because we planned on stopping later to buy some of the items when we were returning. Just see how everybody rushes onto you when you stop your car. Everybody is just trying to get your attention. The abolo seller, the water seller, everybody. And the crazy thing is, now everything they sell is expensive. You probably would have gotten a bolo, like 2 or 3 of them, for like 5 cedis or even less. But today, we have like 6 of them for 10 cedis. And then 1,000, the bigger size, for 20 cedis, and then the smaller size for 10 cedis. For the shrimp, it's either 20 or 30 cedis. And then there are options for the oyster kebab, snail, and others, which also come at their prices.
So one man two.
And what to think? Also, can see.
One man. Also what ten? How much? 20.
The amount 15.
Sorry, why?
Wait on the thing. Wait on
it. Auntie biscuit. I took it. It's here. This right.
Yeah,
Auntie biscuit.
Back to the journey. From Atimpoku, we got to the famous Adomi Bridge, and we tried to stop to take a few pictures. I mean, we were able to capture a few of those just before we were stopped by a military person who told us that now it's illegal or, you know, wrong to just take pictures and videos without seeking permission. So we had to continue our journey, but we got a few shots which you see in the videos. What you must know, though, is that from Accra to, let's say, the Adomi Bridge, it's about a 2-hour drive. That is even without traffic. So we spent 2 hours getting to the Adomi Bridge, and from the Adomi Bridge to Ho, it was about an 1.5-hour drive. But the roads are terrible. There are potholes in every corner. And if you're using a pickup like we did, just get ready to have a bumpy ride. But we managed to take a nap in between despite the bumpy ride, and by the time we realized we were in Ho, I'm sure but for the bumpy roads, we would have arrived a little shorter than an 1.5 hours. So yeah, a few scenes from the township, the whole township. We went through the Volta Regional Tourism Authority, and then we were ready to climb up the Amejope mountain. Oh, and you should know that the road to the Amejope mountain is very curvy and somewhat very narrow. It's actually very dangerous, so you need an experienced driver to go with you. And that driver also needs a lot of patience, because at some point you need to be honking a lot to alert the oncoming vehicles so there are no crashes on the road. Anyways, so we went through some communities including Avatime Vane and Taviepe before we got to Amejope. And from a distance you can see the peak of the second highest mountain in Ghana, the Mount Gemi, and it's a beautiful view even from a distance. Well, it's been a 4-hour drive. Of course, we made a stop at Ho for a little while, but technically it will take you 4 hours to get to Amejofe. And now we are at the highest human settlement in Ghana, Amejofe, in the Volta region. I'm sure you'd like to know what this small town holds for you, but we'll bring you all of those in our subsequent episodes. For today, however, let's just get you a sneak peek of what to expect. Come along. Good morning.
Morning. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Well, like you already said, we are the highest human habitat in Ghana. And then, be on the mountain ranges, we have lots of tourist attractions in this area. Yes. So right now, the available tourist attractions in this area, we have Mountain Gamey. We also have a nature trail, which was recently created. It's a hiking trail to boost your system. You know, people who don't want to climb up and down, we have a hiking trail for you. You will hike, you should balance your system through the bush as well. And we also have the newly created canopy walkway at the Ote Falls. So the canopy walkway and the Ote Falls are now 2 sites, but one. Yes. And then we also have other potential tour sites. We have the lower falls at the Ote Falls. And we also have beautiful rocks at that place that form some smaller caves. A place where our great-grandparents used to go and then relax themselves.
Our first stop was at Mount Gamey, and we had our tour guide, Daniel, to give us a brief of what to expect when we take the full tour of the mountain. And from what he told us, from the tourism center to the peak of the mountain ordinarily should take about 30 minutes to climb. But if you are moving with a vehicle, like we did, then you have a shorter time, which is about 15 minutes from the entrance to the very peak of Mount Gamey. We'll be exploring that in detail when we return next time and in our subsequent episode. You wouldn't want to miss that. So from here, we moved to explore other areas in the community. We're still giving you a bit of what to expect in our subsequent episodes. Right now, we are at the entrance of the canopy walkway. It's 259 steps down before you get to the canopy walkway. Beneath that, we have the Ote waterfalls. So after 259 steps, you would go about 40 steps more to get to the waterfalls. And then beneath that, there are some caves, more to expect, more to explore. So you don't want to miss the subsequent episodes. We are exploring so many things, interesting things about Amejofe. We began from Accra, a fun road trip, and then we got to Amejofe. We visited the township. We got a bit of an experience which we've shared with you, and this is in line with the Volta Regional Tourism Authority's campaign, Visit Volta, Experience Volta, and Share Volta. But there's more to expect in the next episode. We'll be taking details about Mount Gemi, about the oldest church, which is the EP Church right behind me, or we'll have details about the canopy walk and then the Ote waterfalls, which we'll bring to you also in our subsequent episodes. My name is Wanda Mihigan. This is People and Places. I'm so thankful you could join me, and thank you to my production team which made this possible. I'll see you in the next episode. Until then, take care.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I speak with a lot of experience because I have lived virtually my entire life in an area where there has always been conflict. Mr. Speaker, I was 5 years when the first conflict started in my area. By the time I got to, Mr. Speaker, 15 years, there was another 19 years, there was another conflict, and a third conflict when I was 20 years. I've seen how soldiers operate, I've seen how police operate, I've seen how combatants operate. So, sincerely, I speak with that experience. And so I'm very impartial when it comes to issues of Boku and the surroundings. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that two members from the opposing side, one believes that the chief sentence matter has been settled, Honorable Ayaga, and the honorable member for Nalego believes that the chief sentence matter has never been settled. That's what he said. He said no court has ruled in Ghana. And you believe that the court has ruled it has been settled. That is the source of the conflict. If members of parliament who represent people are here and they have divergent views, which their views can kill people, that is the source of the conflict. But what do? Soldiers have now been put in the middle of this conflict. Remember, the soldiers are human beings like us. And they have not been put in the middle of this conflict. But Mr. Speaker, there have been political will from the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government. So let not be said that there's not been political will. The then chieftaincy minister, the honorable member for Hunter West, went to Boku and made the people of Boku aware that as long as the Boku Naba is attending the Regional House of Chiefs and the National House of Chiefs, we in government recognize him as the legitimate Boku Naba. Mr. Speaker, that is the first time that a government in our history has done that. No other government in our history has ever done that. So let it be known by those who think that there's no political will, that there's been political will from this side of the house. Because no government in our history. Two, Mr. Speaker, I went to Boku with the Honorable Minister of Interior. In fact, when I was going to Boku, I called the Honorable Member of Parliament for Boku and told him that we are going to your constituency. I'll be happy for you to accompany us. He told me he was in Nigeria, so he was not. He was wishing us well. Even though when he came, he didn't get back to me to hear what happened. Mr. Speaker, and I told them, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is now the chief whip of this side, front bench. So rising like this it should tone down. I've sat at that side before. Mr. Speaker, I went there and both of us made the people of Boku, both at the Boku Naba Palace and at the Mankugu side, we told them point blank that there is a Boku Naba in place and anybody who feels that it is not to go to court. And the man president said, we will go to court. And for that matter, we pledged amongst ourselves, them and us, that everybody will lay down their arms. They will not go in any fight. And for 2 months, not a single gunshot was heard in Boku. So I want to believe, and we have taken the position, Mr. Speaker, that what is happening in Boku today is not about chieftaincy. It's criminality. It's criminals who are operating. And the members of the armed forces to deal with them as pure criminals. I want the members of parliament to let their people know that we are dealing with them as pure criminals. There's nothing called Boku chieftaincy. There is a legitimate chief of Boku. The man persons have said they will go to court. The Nigeria has said he will go to court and challenge the matter. That's all that we know. We want the members to assist us. If they have voices there, which I know they do, to let the boys know that there is not
Yes, Honorable Leader, what's the matter?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my respected honorable member, the Minister of Defense, he was really on the right track, but his speech at the later points is generating debate. This is a statement. We do not want the minister to, in his contribution, to generate a debate, and he knows what to do, Mr. Speaker.
Can you tell me
we must focus on the issues that has been raised, the killing of the people of Boku Central. You can talk about the root causes, but please don't generate debates.
Can you leave that to me? I'll moderate it. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the issues I mentioned are germane to the issues raised by the honourable member, and he knows. And if not, just seek his advice. He will tell you that the issues I mentioned are what will cure the issues of Boku. Ask him, he will tell you. This is a house of record. People are going to take the statements I'm making and dissect them. If as Minister for Defense, I'm not prepared to tell the truth, the Boku issues can never be resolved. I will tell the truth as it is. And I'm not standing here to tell the truth. I was in Boku to say what I am saying today. So I asked them in Boku, what are you fighting for? What are you fighting for? Because it is no more about chieftaincy. So when you take assault rifles, Mr. Speaker, Boku is awash with assault rifles. Boku is awash with assault rifles. Rifles that should be held by the men and women of Ghana Armed Forces. Young civilians are holding them and shooting as if there's no tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, if we don't treat Boku as a special case by the armed forces, it will lead to problems in this country. That is how the issue of Nigeria started. And unfortunately, some people treated it with kid gloves, and today we have Boko Haram in Nigeria. Nobody can control it. Mr. Speaker, the matter the member of parliament raised is under investigation by the Ghana police. Mr. Speaker, the matter is under investigation by the Ghana Police Service. The military have released a statement. The people have made statements, and the Ghana police is investigating. We are waiting the outcome of that investigation. In fact, the member of parliament has taken the thing to Srash already. They are also investigating the matter. So two state bodies are already investigating this particular matter. But Mr. Speaker, is it not curious that anybody in this world would condemn members of the armed forces and believe that it is possible for the members of the armed forces to tie the hands of civilians and shoot them in broad daylight in the presence of other people? When today, in today's world, when somebody can record you, you think that anybody will do that? I'm not saying that what you are saying is a lie or is the truth. You say it is eyewitnesses. But think of it, that people, members of armed forces know. As members of parliament, when you campaign, you will see that the moment you start talking, people are holding their mobile phones. You've seen it. And you believe that by now those videos are not out. I beg you, let us be cautious and treat everybody as innocent until they are proven guilty. So I want to beg members of parliament not to start condemning the acts and believing that it is a true story because eyewitnesses have said that. Wait till the evidence comes out. And I can assure you, because this is the highest crime that anybody can commit. It's a war crime. And the members of Ghana Armed Forces are not trained for that. They have earned the highest praise across the world, both in this country and outside this country. So it is very, very sad for anybody to paint a picture that members of the armed forces of Ghana are capable of tying the hands of four individuals and shooting them and leaving them. But Mr. Speaker, if I were just to take the statement made by my colleague, his own statement does not support the views of the eyewitnesses. Mr. Speaker, He says that the 5 people who were executed include the following. First, he says 6, but he says 5. 1. Abugna Karim. The eyewitnesses say that Abugna Karim was chased by the military using armored vehicles and people on foot. I'm just analyzing his statement. At no point did he himself conclude that Karim was killed because his hands were tied at the back. And Mr. Speaker, if you read through Mahdi, Issa, Mumuni, and Kudus, at no point did he conclude in his statement, even though he started by saying they were tied and killed, that these people were tied and killed behind them. No. It is true that these people were killed. And I send condolences on the members on my behalf and on behalf of the military, as well as on behalf of the Ghana Armed Forces, to the families. But let the investigation come out first. 2, Mr. Speaker, what are the facts of the case? The night preceding the day that this incident happened, there was a 10-hour battle in Boku that day. There was shooting throughout the entire Boku that night. I just want members to sit down and digest the whole night that was shooting in Boku throughout the night. And the soldiers were engaging various factions at various times. Does anybody think that it is possible that young children in the early hours of the morning can be out and be witnessing people shooting when the whole night they were shooting? But unfortunately, the integrity of the armed forces, which is to protect you and me, have been shredded to pieces. Unfortunately, the integrity of the armed forces has been shredded to pieces. There was a 10-hour battle in Boku. And remember the first statement I made, that Boku is not about chieftaincy any longer. And that is why we have Kusasis and Mamprosis in Garu and they are not fighting. That is why we have Kusasis and Mamprosis just 10 kilometers in Binduri and they are not fighting. That is why we have Kusasis in his constituency and they are not fighting. That's why we have Kusasis in Tempani, her constituency, and they are not fighting. Kusasis and Mamprosis, they are not fighting. That's why in Pusla, which is also another 15 kilometers away or 20 kilometers, they are not fighting. That is why in Gambaga we have close to 5,000 Mamprosis living in Gambaga and Nalebu. They are not fighting. Your constituency, they are not fighting. It's confined to Boku town alone. If it was purely chieftaincy, it would have spread to all these constituencies and minor. They are killing each other in these places. But I want to applaud both tribes that they've taken the chieftaincy out of this matter and said they will take it to court, so that the military and the police and the security agencies can deal with this matter as a pure criminal matter. And if we are to deal with it in that sense, we should analyze Boku in three incidents. 1, that there was a chieftaincy problem, it's been resolved. 2, the aftermath of the chieftaincy issue is mixed with this, but it's been resolved. But 3, the threat of terrorism hanging around Ghana through the corridor of Boku. So the security agencies are working within the Boku and its precincts with that sort of mindset that if we do not stop what is happening in Boku now and now, we risk the situation where Ghana can be thrown under terrorist attacks. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, 3 days ago, improvised explosive device was used for the first time in this country to try to blow a bridge. Don't let us joke with Boku. I sympathize with the family, and let's call for the investigation. But trust me, don't let us joke with even the young men and women who are operating in Boku. How on earth can any Ghanaian go and improvise an explosive device and blow a bridge? Go there. You said you went there. Go back and see the sort of bridge that they try to blow off. And that is how terrorists operate. Let's be very careful, Mr. Speaker, that yesterday, even when he wanted to make a statement, even when he had reported the matter to Strike, even when he was on air talking about this matter, yesterday, just in front of the police station, some unknown people used a tricycle, this what they call yellow. Mr. Speaker, drove to a group of people sitting down and started spraying them with assault rifle. It led to the death of 2 people. And this dawn, this night, women who were moving with tomatoes in their car were also shot at, attacked and shot at, and a woman is dead. Other tribes that have nothing to do with this matter are dead. Let's be very careful who we choose to talk for in Boku. I want to plead with you, Pope. Let's be very careful who we choose to talk for in Boku. So, Mr. Speaker, I can say that government on its part has done what it has to do to ensure that Boku is peaceful. As we say today, we have created a battalion in Boku, 11th Mechanized Battalion in Boku. So we have 400 soldiers in Boku today. That's the first solution we have done. We are also building 400. We've moved from Boku from about 50 soldiers to about 400 today. Mr. Speaker, we are sending a task force to Boku just for only Boku, no more Kwanke fix, nothing. Another 500 soldiers to Boku, just Boku alone, because of the threat of terrorism. These soldiers will be free to do other activities. But next week, we are doing that. That's why, Honorable Ayerga, I told you, come to the office and let me sit with you with the military command and let's discuss it. I told you before, 3 days ago, on Monday. Maybe if you had come and we start, maybe this statement would not have been made.
Yes, leader. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister has made certain statements which are personal to me. First about he inviting me to join him on a mission to Boku. And like he said, I was outside the country. He calls me. So we are going to Boku. When was this? Mr. Speaker, this was more than 1 year after the people of Boku had been killing one another. It was the first time he went to Boku. It's on record. More than a year. Until the soldiers were complaining that you, the defense minister and the interior minister, had never visited them. And I brought the complaint to you. Now, you sit here and tell me that the soldiers and the police were complaining that you were never visiting them. You brought them to come, they are being exposed to death, and you, their commander, never stepped foot there to see them. Please, let's not talk personal here. I have sat down quietly and listened, not because I don't have responses. So, Speaker, where they kill the people, I'm pleading with you, go there. Go and see with your naked eyes. Please, my colleagues, have I ever, for the past 2 years, opened my mouth in this chamber and spoken about Boku? Have I ever? Ask Honorable Muntaka, on several occasions, attempts have been made to make statements on Boku here. I have fought it as Honorable Avoka. You are a witness. I have fought it. I've said, look, the situation there is very, very dangerous. We have sent soldiers there, people's children, to die for us. They will make mistakes. Make no mistake that they will make mistakes. But you don't hang them on any single mistake. Honorable Avoka, haven't I been fighting because of this? I have defended the soldiers. But, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, I went there. I saw it. Mr. Speaker,
there was no basis for killing those people. And that is why I'm speaking today. And I'm not choosing to speak for only Kusasis. That last statement you made, that we should be careful who we speak for. Please, I understand everything that you are saying there. I'm not speaking only for Kusasis. I'm speaking because people that ought not to have been killed were killed. Yesterday, the statement you made, the person who they came and surrounded and shot and killed, do you know that was my cousin? Do you know that? Have I spoken about it here? Have I spoken about it? That's my cousin yesterday who was surrounded and shot and killed. And I've been on the phone since morning. Every incident you are reporting, I know. I've tried my own way to prevent it. This morning, I was on the phone with my uncles among the Mampushis, discussing how we should resolve this matter. It's not everything I go on air to say. So please, don't import improper motives. These killings, and I call them killings, were done by soldiers needlessly. They've killed people. Ask the commander. They kill people. I call him. We discuss it. We resolve it. Ask the commander there. Lieutenant Colonel Minta. A Mampushi was shot and killed. I called him. I said, why did you kill this guy? He said he was holding a weapon. And tell your boys that anybody who holds a weapon and I see him, I will gun him down. Colonel Minta is there. I said, well, if he was holding a weapon and you gunned him down, there's nothing I can say. And he was a Mampushi. This time, you said you liquidated, you neutralized 6 people. I said, when you neutralized them, what weapon did you pick? Not even one. Your own statement says only one person was holding a cutlass. Somebody in a garden holding a cutlass. What do you expect him to hold in a garden, if not a cutlass? I have struggled through this conflict to manage and navigate. I have been very supportive, Mr. Minister. You know that. You met me in Salaga 2 days ago. All of us were attending a funeral in Salaga. You said, come to the office and let's discuss it. I said, fine, I'm available. When you are ready, call me. I will come. Do you know that after the funeral, I went to Tamale and had a meeting with the Northern Command? I went to Tamale, asked Lieutenant Colonel, is it ACN or whatever? Oh, very well. That's another statement. So don't create the impression that I'm not helpful and then you get up and then making statements. You have responded to Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, kindly continue.
Speaker, I sat patiently for, Mr. Speaker, I sat patiently for 10 minutes for him to interject. Please. I sat patiently for 10 minutes for him to interject and try to interpret what I said in his own way. So I want to plead that nobody interjects me. 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, it is not true that the conflict started after 1 year before. It's not a true story. Secondly, we never sent soldiers 1 year because of the conflict. It's not a true story. We created the 11 Bacchanals Battalion and started posting soldiers there as their permanent bases. And they do their work. And I've been visiting all battalions. As and when, with the military command, we believe that it is necessary for me to visit. 2, Mr. Speaker, I did not go to Boku immediately. I called the people of Boku to Tamale and met them, and I told them. In fact, I advised him that they shouldn't be part of that meeting. Ask him. 3, Mr. Speaker, when I say you should be careful who you choose to defend, it is not about tribe. Mr. Speaker, it's not about tribe. I said it in the context of the fact that I said Boku is more of criminality than chieftaincy. So be careful who you defend. It's not about tribe. I never talk about tribe. Mr. Speaker, between December 31st And now, over 30 people have died from Boku. So we should be very careful who we defend, because Boku is no more the Boku you used to know 2-3 years ago. Times have changed. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we should all help to plug all the loopholes and cure the issues of Boku. Because Boku can lead Ghana into an abyss. An abyss where terrorists can infiltrate into Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, help the military and the security agencies so that the boys can lay down their arms. They can silence the guns. Please use your voices and appeal to them to silence the guns. Use your influence and appeal to the people to silence the guns. Mr. Speaker, use your influence as members of parliament to appeal to the people to lift the artificial boundaries that have been created in Boku. And they know what I mean by the artificial boundaries that have been created in Boku. Use your influence to allow people to go to their farms unhindered without being shot at. Use your influence to allow people to go to the market and trade without being hindered. Use your influence to allow people to travel freely from Boku and in and out of Boku without being accompanied by soldiers. Use your influence to tell the boys to sell the guns that they have, the AK-47 guns and the machine gun they have, and let's use it to do business instead of killing one another. That should be what we should be fighting for. That should be what we should use our influences for. But as for, Mr. Speaker, the 10 people who have died, like I said before, I want to give the military and the Ghana Armed Forces the benefit of the doubt now until investigations proves otherwise. I want to say that the law of Ghana is very clear. You are innocent until proven guilty. The investigations are being carried on and carried out. If there's anybody who is found guilty, that person will be punished. I want to give you the assurance that that person will be punished. But let all of us work carefully and conscientiously to build Boku into a peaceful area. Because the issues of chieftaincy is no more available. It's not there. In fact, it should be by this time a situation where both the Nairi and Boku Naba can come together and talk to the youth. This is what we should be striving at. We should be able to gather both the Mamprosis and the Kusasis together and say it is time for us to forge forward in peace. The hospital is collapsing, Mr. Speaker. The schools are collapsing in Boku. And the people who are standing in between mayhem and peace are the people that, if we are not careful, if we demonize them today, we are going to have problems. So I want members of parliament, Mr. Speaker, I want members of parliament to rather help the members of the Ghana Armed Forces to bring peace to Boku.
Mommy, you can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. Brian did the shit and left me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted. Instant charges. Bien. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 for the first transaction. With this stand this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Upon reaching in front of his family house, Jafaru jumped into a mud van used to store dry hay in front of the compound. Eyewitnesses say that from afar they saw the men in military uniform who chased 12-year-old Jafaru shoot into the van, and subsequently they saw the hay in the van burning 12-year-old Jafaru. He was most likely hit by these bullets shot into the van in which he sought to hide, but the fire started burning his body in the van. Jafaru's mother ran out of the house and realizing that her 12-year-old son was in the burning mud van, hurriedly went for a bucket of water to pour into the van. I saw the men in military uniform prevent her. She persisted in wanting to pour water into the burning van, and ultimately they shot her hand to completely disable her from trying to rescue her 12-year-old son. Her husband is dead. Her 12-year-old son is dead and burning in a van, and she has sustained gunshot wounds and bleeding profusely. Jafaru's late father and her husband, Adam Usmaila, aged 32, and whose house address is number ME43 Baratinga Misga, was married to 2 wives and survived by 7 children. He was executed by the soldiers who dragged him out of a nearby house that he had run to hide. Eyewitnesses saw the soldiers shoot him at close range in the valley where he was fetching water with a donkey cart. The valley is near Sunguri Primary School and houses a number of dry season gardens. Right, Honorable Speaker, 6 other persons were similarly shot and killed in the valley in military-style execution within the view of eyewitnesses. 4 of them were apprehended in the valley, and after their hands were tied to their backs, the men in Ghana Armed Forces uniform took turns shooting them one after the other as they cried aloud and asked for mercy. I saw with my very eyes the blood of these helpless victims of the men who were supposed to protect them. The valley has many mango trees. Some of the gardeners took refuge in the trees. So what the soldiers did was within their full view and hearing, and they have come forward to give eyewitness accounts. These 6 executed citizens include the following, Mr. Speaker. 1, Akudugu Bugnaba Karim, a 31-year-old nurse who was running away when he heard gunshots from the armed vehicles and soldiers on foot approaching their community. His home address is M146 Sunguri Misiga. He was married and survived by 3 children. His mother and father are still alive. Eyewitnesses confirm seeing him being chased by a group of military men, some on foot and others using the armored vehicle. This incident occurred at the same valley of death near Sunguri Primary School, where some members of the community had also sought refuge. The second person was Abunbiana Madi, a 33-year-old man who was survived by 3 wives and 6 children. He lived at M146 Sunguri at the Misiga electoral area. His father and mother are still alive. He was a motorcycle mechanic, temporarily living and working in Kumasi, but had just come home to visit his family. He died of gunshot wounds. The third person was Qasim Isa, also age 33, and a resident of house number ME46, Zogin in Misiga. He was married with 1 child. His parents are also still alive. He died of military gunshot wounds. The fourth person was Ndegu Mumuni, age 39, and a resident of house number ME23, Baratinga, Misiga. He was married with one wife and had 5 children. He died of gunshot wounds inflicted by the soldiers. The fifth was Haruna Kudus, age 17, a resident of house number ME36, Zog in Misiga. He also died of gunshot wounds inflicted by the military in the same valley. The sixth person was Ayuma Ilyasu, age 37, and a resident of Sarabogo, Pusiga. He happened to be in the vicinity. He is married with 2 wives and survived by 7 children. He died of gunshot wounds inflicted by the military. The incident occurred in the same valley near Sunguri Primary School. Right, Honorable Speaker, these victims of military execution were either at their garden in the valley or had run into the valley from their homes upon hearing the approaching military gunfire while at home. I have personally gone into the valley and walked around the community to observe and understand army troop movement that morning of 1st February 2023. I have met and listened to eyewitnesses who gave account of what they saw and heard. Mr. Speaker, I believe them. The Assembly member of the Misiga electoral area, Mr. Musa Bukari, braved it at the risk of being killed and approached the soldiers and pleaded with them to stop what they were doing. The soldiers physically assaulted him until he was bleeding profusely, but he stood his grounds and insisted that the soldiers must stop what they were doing. The soldiers got angry that his effort had distracted them and diverted their attention and gave an opportunity for those hiding in the trees to escape their killings. Please join me to applaud and recognize the bravery and heroism of the Assembly member, whose actions saved several lives that morning. He is slowly recovering from his wounds. May God bless this brave and courageous leader. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ghana Armed Forces did not deny the various killings. In a widely publicized statement, they mentioned that they neutralized armed men in Gosensi Valley that day. Mysteriously, they did not retrieve a single weapon from any of the alleged combatants. Their explanations are clearly untenable. Right, Honorable Speaker, the military in Boku have been inflicting brutality on both sides in the conflict. On 26 January, they shot and killed Imoru Salifu in front of his house in Patalme in Boku Township. He was aged 59 years. He was a resident of house number J25, Patalme, Boku. He is survived by 2 wives and 6 children. Dauda Salifu, also aged 60 years, was shot and killed in front of his house at number J24, Patalme, Boku. He is survived by a wife and 5 children. The incident occurred in Patalme on the 26th of January 2023. Both in the township and the outskirts of Boku, we now have evidence that the operational style of the military has evolved to include shooting and killing citizens that they have been tasked to protect. I wish to condemn all such reckless killings. I equally condemn any act of killings by all the factions themselves in the conflict in Boku. No one has legal authority to deprive any innocent citizen of his life. It is unacceptable that youth have drawn lines that cannot be crossed by the other factions. Those in the township must live in freedom and be able to travel out in safety. Those in the outskirts of Boku must also freely access the central township. Let me also condemn the action of those who have mounted roadblocks in the past in the environs of Boku and the northeast region and engage in armed attacks of travelers from Boku. We should be a community governed by laws and not the might of guns. I call on all, including the youth on both sides of the conflict, to respect the sanctity of lives in Boku. I urge the youth to appreciate that the military was brought in to protect lives and property in Boku. The military must also realize that they are dealing with human lives who they have a duty, first and foremost, to protect, even in very trying circumstances. I will engage the military constructively on the way forward. However, I call on Parliament to look into the military brutalities and their operational style in Boku. I have petitioned the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice to address these specific egregious human rights violations occasioned by these cold-blooded executions by the soldiers of the 10 citizens of Boku. Within military regulations, I expect the command to take the appropriate remedial action. As a nation, we should leave no stone unturned to ensure the accountability of every organ of state, including law enforcement agencies like the military. It is by demonstrating that our systems are able to hold everybody accountable that we will stop others from also taking the law into their own hands. We should not allow the seeds of radicalization to be sown in any of our communities. Let this parliament demonstrate that we are a functioning democracy abiding by the supreme values of freedom and justice. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, I ask for calm in Boku. No youth should try and engage the military. The cooperation of everyone with the military is needed to see the restoration of peace.
Mommy, you can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
After spending over 200 million euros, Chelsea fans are optimistic that they can qualify for the Champions League, although they trail by 10 points on the league table, lying 9th with 30 points. Chelsea fans are hopeful that the likes of Enzo Fernandez, João Felix, Noni, they will help, alongside Mudryk, will help them climb up on the table and qualify for the Champions League next season for the investment they've done in the winter transfer window. Yes, that's what Chelsea fans believe, but is it a reality? That is why we are on the streets of Accra to ask some Chelsea fans and some football fans to find out whether Chelsea stand a chance of qualifying for the Champions League after spending huge amounts of money in the winter transfer window. My name is Emmanuel Eni. Join me as we kickstart the 2023 edition of the GhanaWeb Sports Debates live on GhanaWeb TV. So to our first guest on the show, and I have two gentlemen here to give me their opinions about Chelsea, possibly Chelsea qualifying for the top 4. They are now trailing by 10 points, so I'm going to find out from them if Chelsea, after spending over 200 million euros, can make it to the top 4. But to Chelsea form now, I'm about 5 matches in Omu winning be, Omu winning 1 pair. Ususu somebody to me, I qualify for top 4.
Chelsea the top 4 no there omuntimi and qualify. Right now no yen hwe adia Toboli aye no. We invest into Chelsea team no. O hwe ne signings a wo ye na. Signings no ye end say or per results say ya for the future. And a team ne kura ne say they need technical and experienced coach like Ancelotti, the likes of Pep Guardiola. Cambota is under this current team no on team and fan qualify for top 4 no. Team me as a sports panelist no there Chelsea right now need technical and experienced coach for the team right now. If the fans of Chelsea are demanding good results now, then they should sack Graham Potter. But if they are investing for the next generation, they should keep Graham Potter.
It's almost finished top 4 and possible.
No, that one there is not possible.
Okay. Majority say what to win, also almost finish top 4 no and possible despite players from Asensen,
it means we can make say Chelsea team on there and Graham Potter never say no. Answer no coach no Thomas Tuchel no o jeja players be to say o dey no mo why ka vet no money na dey o jeja players be play mo ko enti Graham Potter ba na o be fight team no papa no top players man to mo top players man players in the wato enye sika na dey na nka PSG dey bia o be Champions League so what I say enye say the says be nya butre dey a won fa me ka ateta anya mfaton said dia oba ya o be fa Arsenal na nkoyi kakra dan no na won hye team ni dey be ye dey a ye hye o benya key players ni na so now nya win what I say we corner we but the same thing what I say enti me na me wa kakra say so person team be ye dey a Chelsea ento mo ase won hye team ni kakra as a players na wo ho no one kwa ni kwa better sin one aba no metimi aka ne sa as a German coach na kwa no o jeja players be brave mo wo kwa we better than there one was say
also about the team
me Arsenal fan
that table no so
yeah table no dey mean to me case betim agele board there o betim 5 points ni da bi board there odi kan okoto na oni bim enti no ambesa me kan say Arsenal team money na here da bi ase betim anya win and abroche there fan so be kwa we ana home baby out to me lose home crowd to me lose away crowd to me lose the end there ni man say ye bo baby ebedu bia na Europa
League ni Premier League ni wa so say den na wa u feel say betin
Arsenal dey say ye bo bia che enti no say dey ni da so ho mo bia kakra Arsenal dey ebe yen kase ebe difference yen ni man say ye bo ye league ni ebe bia no ye wom
Still on Chelsea finishing top 4, it seems impossible because they are 9th on the table, trailing by 10 whooping points, and there's still many matches to play, and we are still on the streets of Accra asking people, Chelsea fans, football fans, do they believe that Chelsea, after spending over 200 million euros in the winter transfer window, can manage to qualify for Champions League next season with Graham Potter in charge? So I have one gentleman here. Do you think Chelsea can qualify for the Champions League?
No, I don't think Chelsea can qualify for the Champions League this season. Because check where Chelsea is lying right now on the Premier League table. It will be very difficult for them to qualify for the Champions League. And Chelsea, I think Chelsea is in crisis, although they've signed players. But the player Chelsea signed right now, they've not adapted to the kind of play that will make them to qualify for the top 4. Because right now Chelsea played last week without striker, which is very difficult for them in terms of scoring goals. So I'm not sure, but I just think Chelsea should take their time and prepare for the next season. I think they have a very good future player, which I believe by next season Chelsea can do very well. Well, for the Champions League, for the top 4, it's a doubt. I'm not sure.
Some Chelsea fans believe that Graham Potter leading the team is a no-no. He is the problem of Chelsea right now. Although some players are not performing, they believe that Graham Potter should go for a new coach.
For that reason, it will be 50-50, because if you watch Chelsea as a team, Chelsea is a kind of team which like sacking one coach or the other. After that, the teams pick up. So for Graham Potter, I don't think Graham Potter have enough time for him to be sacked right now, because now the new players are coming. So if they really want to see the beauty of the players, I think Graham Potter should take them a little bit forward from now on to see how the teams adapt before they will think of sacking him. So I think that's my opinion on that.
Okay. Yeah. So which club do you support?
I'm a Chelsea fan. Although right now my heart is breaking, but I'm still a Chelsea fan. Okay. I'm still a Chelsea fan. Right. But I just pray the teams do better so that we all feel happy one as a team. Okay. So Blues for life.
Okay. Would you do the Chelsea bet to me? I qualify for top 4. We should play some signing now.
Oh, me sure. See, we bet me I qualify about top 4 because me Arsenal, Man U, Man City. And yet is now her baby Chelsea Dana. Me 9 position. Me yes sure so bet me have top 4 because 1% now India so 1% be all 1% top about and 1% bomb anymore. Or prepare for next season because where Mikel Arteta before say or Babel this season before say or Babel that first. Last season a kaka club in komo pamon Arsenal for pamon but womo share din kon ehun say no womo coach no more time no womo share the tactics na obono no womo man more time playing time more time and shade because womo yes no e ma this season wono suhu say last season no eniama na wo no nya players papa materials papa mfa womo nya den emmobo no enti wo munya abotra ma na ma this season so no me hwe players are in terms of and wo enti wanya players terms of Thomas Tepate and Saka and those kind of players no on so we are young guys almost ro mu gina so enti we start this season kla no me mfa mani nka kla metimi aka say we lose too much respect apart from the last week on boy and Man United share no so say last season no eniama nko ya this season no eniama eko ye I saw man it now because because Porter Obaya no a good coach because me share you free one no we Thomas Tuchel free one no players no wama players bebele ko and Chelsea team no players say how mo players prepare how mo James Epla Ngolo Kante supra on so almost strikers no mo players no mo tough team o mo tough players wo team no mo nyina Epla how mo on so mo pra na adeche no mo bebo ball no ma sen pra so at say team did say so mo nya more time e mo coach no mo nya more time mo coach e bia next season no on so betimi pick form aba.
Okay. So this man believes that Chelsea should have time for Graham Potter. Graham Potter will come good next season. Their projects, they should emulate Arsenal's footstep by giving Graham Potter sometimes. Maybe 2 years or 3, he will come good for Chelsea. All right, so I have another guest here on the show. And which team do you support?
I'm an Arsenal fan.
Arsenal fan. You are leading the table. Do you think you can win the league?
Well, if we don't win this league this season, then maybe we're not going to win the league again.
Yeah.
I swear God. Yeah. These are times.
Okay, so today we are talking about your London rivals, Chelsea. They've spent over 200 million euros in the just ended winter transfer. They are hoping to qualify for the top 4. Do you think it's possible?
For the top 4, they can. But the league, let them just forget it. Yeah. Because Chelsea, that's what they always do. Every year they spend. They're just like Man City. They have a lot to spend. I see our player Moduk and what is it called? They went to hijack. I read so. I mean, you see it. So, but me, I'm sure. I'm an Arsenal fan. I believe we can win the league this season.
That Chelsea will qualify for the Champions League.
Oh, me, I don't care whether they qualify or not. My own is I just want Arsenal to win the league. I don't know how it's going to be, but I just want Arsenal to win the league this season.
But you know there are many games to go.
I think it's normal game. The way Arsenal have been playing this season, we play from first minute to 90 minutes plus. So if we keep playing like that, forget about the Everton game. As so many things, I don't know, maybe fatigue and the boys and all that. But I think if we keep playing with faith and maybe some little luck, we'll get.
Sure. Oh yeah, Chelsea, Omato Enzo Fernandez, Omato João Felix, Omato Mudryk Munina, bear 200 million euros no matter spending in January transfer. Omutreli top 4 by 10 points. Who would GDA say Chelsea between qualify for Champions League?
Yeah, Champions League by a new coach and they kind there. I know from what.
Into who they only say Mon qualify, but I'm Champions League.
Champions League, budget they are about Champions League next season. You because teams are in Rome in United, so much tough form. A bit say Real Madrid. Real Madrid is they say why but Atletico and running can see a bit permanent. Oh man, that's what the man is now on the permanent. And the team be anyway soon. They say we place. If we are seeing any we place. The place is only a youth. Ombe my head, I had you one my.
As a grandpa or nyade.
Oh, one day me cry me at the 10. One of the was such a we as a coach in England, ni be a new bobo. Your team no miss amount one when you know film.
Ebi say o man nko sisi ebi say.
Yeah, the negra me or kwa met me boshire. me take class wa kwa me koshi wo mo nyina nye
okay
so pen
but we also Chelsea fan. Who did this make me qualify for Champions League?
Champions League conference come nya
be qualify you be show you be qualify and kasa you qualify into next season na me aduma mo hwe
na grandpa to mo pam na so on
ene ya onko ene ya omompam wasa opese oye team based on England players nse team sa say obia to me bobi say player bi onya playing time or no to me exhibiting certain skills na ade to be important the omompam no crank be me ene ya omompam
what's about the team?
Me support Liverpool, but Chelsea problem no move na no odin. But top for party and Ukraine, Chelsea on to we place no to qualify. Top for champions in normal team they about top for the no champions. Hey, see a press in there what to? You see a Lampard in yet Thomas Tuchel yet coach baby na we hwe. Ubeti anya press ni nyina o wiase ni mu nyina ya bopo no but timu no ayini timu work na nya adwuma you say ya ka timu si a hye timu a Arsenal timu na ya dey ya hye.
So it's been a mixed reaction over here, and to the Chelsea fans, some believe that Potter is the problem. Others also believe it's not Potter's fault, but we should give them Graham Potter a chance for him to build his team because he took over the team middle of the season. So some are optimistic that the club will qualify for the Champions League by closing down the 10 points and manage to finish in the top 4. Others also says that they win the Champions League this season as a route to qualify for next season Champions League. It's been an exciting edition on this GhanaWeb Sports Debate with me, Emmanuel Enin. Catch you in the next edition.
Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you face can see my kotoso. People got send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wa Brian Tedeshe and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Or this send this guy a coffee. Download to Lemonade Finance.
Press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Minister's Press Briefing here at the Ministry of Information. Today we have with us the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, Mr. Yofi Grant, and a very powerful delegation from the center to talk about the first annual assembly of African Investment Promotion Agencies. By chance, if you had chance on summer to work on this program, it's happening right here in Accra at Kempinski on Wednesday, 23rd January 2022 3. And the CEO is here to give us updates on what the program is about, and most importantly, to offer media men and women the opportunity to ask questions. So before I yield the podium to Mr. Yofi Grant, I would like to acknowledge some dignitaries who are with us this morning. We are joined by the Deputy Head for Monitoring at GIPC, Mr. Benjamin Ochebwachi. If you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have the Head of HR, Ms. Enyonam Agbeko. We are also joined by the Head Investor Aftercare, Ms. Victoria Koba. Also with us is the Director, Investor Services Division, Mrs. Evelyn Nyako. We also have with us the Head of Public Relations and Communications Division, Mr. Charles Opoku-Mensah. Also with us is the Head MIS, Mr. Gideon Bafo. We are also joined by the Head Diaspora Investment Desk, Ms. Marina Lamte. Also with us is the Head of Tracking, Ms. Frances Chiama. Also with us is the Deputy Head of Finance, Mr. Paul Boy. And we have with us the Deputy CEO of GIPC, Mr. Yao Amwateng Efriye. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the Chief Executive Officer with us, Mr. Yofi Grant. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will invite the CEO for his substantive presentation, and we'll come back to you for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and a very good morning to you all, colleagues and members of the press. Indeed, this morning's event is to apprise you of the first annual, should I say, meeting or assembly of the African Investment Promotion Agencies of Africa in Accra on Wednesday, the 25th, at the Kempinski Hotel. This has become quite important because of the developing, should I say, landscape in the global economy, but not only that, but Africa itself is trying to forge a new narration in its relationships with nations around the world. We might recall that the global COVID pandemic did a lot of disruption to trade and investment globally. And just when we thought we were recovering, then the crisis between Russia and Ukraine brought in itself and in its wake even more serious problems that have affected many of our economies. Now, Ghana is hosting this because I actually represent Sub-Saharan Africa on the board of the World Association of Investment Promotion Agencies. So my remit in that case is to rally all the investment promotion agencies in Africa for mutual benefit and to see how we can reassess the opportunities and reposition the continent as a major recipient of foreign direct investment. The World Investment Report by UNCTAD in 2021 did indicate that post-pandemic, Africa's foreign direct investment increased from some 40 billion in the year 2020 to approximately 83 billion in 2021, which is the highest amount of foreign direct investment the continent had achieved over the past few years. Now, despite that increase, which was just a significant increase, it is still only about 5.2% of global FDI flows. And some of the other regions which Africa is competing with are achieving multiples of our foreign direct investment flows. For example, Latin America in that same year attracted about $620 billion, Asia some $140 billion, and we just, the whole continent, $83 billion. Now, one may ask why that is the case, and it's also very confounding. Because if you look at where the continent is in the framework of global trade, we are still a small player. But if you look in terms of resources, the African continent is the most resourced in terms of natural resources on the continent. And I've very often highlighted that in this day and age of energy transitions, the continent is very well positioned in a way to actually solve many of the global problems. Africa is awash with lithium and huge deposits. Some of the largest exporters of raw lithium are from Africa, the African continent. If you look at the mineral resources required for energy transitions, 90% of the world's platinum, chromium, and cobalt are found on the African continent. Some 65% of coltan, which you all know is used for mobile phones and other battery parts, are found in Africa. Over 50% of the gold deposits in the world are found in Africa. So the continent is resource rich, yet we are the smallest recipient in terms of regional foreign direct investment globally. So that requires a new strategy to enable us optimize effectively the mineral resource that we have, but also to ensure that it translates into significant trade, first amongst the African nations and then with the rest of the world. And we are going to execute that through the AFCFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which puts together currently all the 55 countries, of which about some 40 plus have ratified, and therefore binds us in achieving optimal growth in our trade intracontinentally, but also enables us to trade consistently and constructively with other parts of the world. And as I've mentioned, Africa is awash with the resources. For example, at least 22 countries on the continent are enriched with natural resources, hard metal natural resources, which the world requires to reboot post-COVID. Quite a number of our countries also have significant oil and gas resources, which are still required, despite climate change, to move to the next stage. But as I did say, even when you're looking at energy transitions, the continent is significantly enriched with the resources to enable that. And we all know where that is going to. Very soon, in maybe the next 20, 30 years, we will see hydrocarbons virtually ebb away gradually as other forms of energy, renewable and sustainable energy, are used globally. And significantly, e-mobility, that is electric vehicles, are maybe fast going to overtake cars that are using hydrocarbons. But that notwithstanding, we also know that it's going to take a while in Africa. And the big question is, how do we ensure that even in that transition, we optimize the resources that we have? Now, this is also very important only because of some of the demographic dynamics of the continent. Currently, Africa's population is about 1.4 billion. By the year 2030, that will rise to about 1.7 billion, still a very significant market. And as we speak, the African continent is as large as India and China. India, just a few days back, became the largest single country in the world with over 1.45 billion people. China is at 1.42 billion. Africa is estimated about some 1.44 billion. So as a region, it's very important that we take advantage of the AFCFTA because it virtually puts us into one tariff-free block that we can optimize to bring about wealth creation on the continent. Admittedly, if you look at the business environment of the continent, only about some 480 companies on the continent generate revenues of over $1 billion a year. And of that 480, significantly, a lot of them are multinationals. And so it's about time that we actually facilitate real indigenous growth on our grounds. And this meeting is going to discuss how we can work together as investment promotion agencies to optimize the opportunity that we have on the continent. And of course, as you all well know, the direction that Ghana has chosen under the maxim of a Ghana beyond aid is to add value to our raw materials and resources. And so even as we go out to attract investors, we are attracting investors who we believe strategically can enable us add value to our mineral resources so we don't have to export our gold, our manganese, our bauxite, lithium, that we have oil and gas in the raw state, but we'll add value here in situ and create stronger economies out of that. And it's a message that also percolates down very well into the African continent. And in discussions that we've had as IPAs, there is a lot that some of the disadvantaged IPAs on the continent need to learn. So there's going to be a lot of peer assessment reviews and peer-to-peer sharing of information, but also to highlight the opportunities that would arise on the continent out of the AFCFTA and the recognition that we are resource-rich and we need to add value to those resources before export. That is a key direction in Africa's economy today, because as we speak, we almost export all our raw materials and resources raw, and we import finished goods out of those same resources. The narration is to change it, such that we become an export-strong continent, and that requires significant investment that we need to optimize. And so the peer-to-peer learning sessions and the discussions will facilitate that. Now, this gathering is happening on the sidelines of what we call the Africa Prosperity Dialogue, of which is happening under the what we call the Kweu Summit series. Now, this has become also very important for the same reason, that with the advent of the AFCFTA, Africa's private sector needs to be energized to take the lead in transforming the continent. And the Africa Prosperity Dialogues would have heads of state, politicians, academics, but significantly, strong businessmen on the continent who will come together and then try and actualize the many discussions that have happened over the past few years. We all recognize that every year, Africa participates in global conferences, whether it's the FOCAC in China, whether it's the US-Africa Business Summit, whether it's the Germany-Africa Business Summit, or any other that is outside the continent. And every year we see a number of heads of state, business people go to these countries to discuss issues of African importance. So the Africa Prosperity Dialogue would probably be the first of its kind, where we are hosting an Africa conference on the continent by Africans, from Africans in Africa. And this IPA meeting is happening on the sidelines of that. And so we'll put all these together to try and for once forge a real practical approach to Africa's development, highlight on the value addition to our raw materials and resources, highlight intra-Africa investment, which currently is just short of 5%, and further strengthen the resolve for intracontinental trade, which is currently somewhere around 18%. Now, I did mention that by 2030, the population of Africa would have grown to 1.7 billion. But by 2050, it would have grown to 2.6 billion, and it will be 1/4 of the world's population. So can we imagine a scenario that because the continent is resource rich, because it's population rich, because if it's 1/4 of the world's population, it means every fourth person will be an African. And because the demography of that population will still be that 60% will be under the age of 35, the continent presents a very credible consumer resource going forward. But not just consumer resource, but human capital potential. And so it's important that this is the time that we should start to strengthen all these constructs and turn them into real economic opportunity and wealth creation on the continent. And it's best done by Africans for Africans in Africa. So that is the connection point between the meeting that we are going to have, the Africa Prosperity Dialogues under the Kweu Summit theme, and the AFCFTA. Also joining us in the meeting will be heads of all the other associations who have some sort of gravitas and have import in the investment space, like UNCTAD, UNDP, many of the multinational agencies, and of course the AFCFTA, the AU, and ECOWAS, and other regional bodies. We believe it to be very important in charting the way going forward, particularly in highlighting the view that we should add value add value to our raw materials and resources and be able to trade amongst ourselves. So I hope I have given you a good enough brief. We are extremely excited about it, not just as GIPC, but as Ghana. And the President has given his blessing and a full support to ensure that we carry the torch of Africa flying bright into the future and create opportunity for our young people and let them be global in their perspectives. So thank you very much. I'll be waiting for you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yofi Grant. As you heard the CEO speak, we have a very rich population and we have the natural resources. We just need to add value to what we have, create opportunities for a lot of people so that we can prosper as a continent. And especially now that we have in place the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which is headquartered in Ghana as well, opening markets and also creating the kind of environment where it is easier for Africans to trade among themselves. It was also worth noting that with all the beautiful things that we have as a continent, Mr. Yofi Grant mentioned that only about 5.2% of global FDI flows come to the continent, which is woefully inadequate, although recently there has been some promising numbers in terms of investments. So this maiden conference by investment promotion agencies from around the continent would really help us put into perspective the kind of direction we are going as a continent. I'm also happy with this kind of development because I know that with GIPC as an agency, they are doing so well internally in terms of promoting Ghana within the country and abroad. I know of the Club 100 Awards, the Taste of Ghana, and recently the kind of side meetings they had in Dubai with a whole lot of activities that they are doing for the country. But I believe we will do well if the whole of Africa does well. So I am happy that Mr. Yofi Grant is once again leading the charge to chart a path that will help Africa as a continent do very well in terms of attracting foreign direct investments. So I will now invite your questions. If you have any question for the CEO, kindly show by hand. You mention your name and affiliation and then proceed to ask your question. Okay. Yes, Atta. They are bringing it. Okay, kindly mention your name and affiliation. Can you be more audible? Okay.
Companies that are operating in Africa, they generate about $1 billion within a year, and most of them are multinationals. And you have mentioned that we have resources in Africa, but mostly we rely on foreigners to bring their money to invest. How are you going to leverage on the companies within Africa to invest within Africa, rather than mostly relying on companies outside? And when they come and invest, they take the money outside, and we are left poor. How are you going to leverage within ourselves to help ourselves? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Okay, I can see one hand.
Yeah, my name is Ebenezer Sabute from Multimedia Joy. My question has to do with
regulatory agencies on the continent, even though I know that this has to do with investment agencies. For instance, Nigeria, when you look at the kind of regulatory environment they have, some time ago, our businesses or our traders were prevented from doing business and all that. I don't know what form of discussion are we going to have with this kind of conference, because I know there has been several ECOWAS meetings, AU meetings and all that, and at the end of the day, the story is the same. What form of discussion are we going to have with some of these countries so that we ensure that our companies or our businesses can enter other African countries as they also entering our country? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Nana.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Yofi. You know, in Africa, one major problem is some trade barriers and currency, common currency.
Affiliation, please.
My name is Anapoku from the Research Life, sorry. Currency, because in Europe they have a common currency. They have tried in West Africa over God knows how many years now. We're not yet there. So what can be done, as it were, to smoothen the ground for some of these things to take off so that investment can come to this country, or we can also do our own thing to generate investment and employment and other things. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take 2 more questions if there are any hands. If not, okay, John.
Yes, my name is John Awuni Kesvin. Summing up, you mentioned value addition to some of the raw materials Africa is having, and I do know that cocoa is one of the major raw materials Africa supplies. Talk of Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire supplies almost 60% of the world cocoa. And when you look at the chocolate industry, it's in excess of $122 billion as compared to the raw material, which is under $10 billion that Africa gets. So I want to know some specifics that you will be considering in this very summit as to how you can help finish those products so that Africa will benefit a lot from the raw material that we produce. Thank you.
Okay. You have a follow-up question. Okay. Please go ahead.
You know, what I've observed over the years is that when Africa wants to assert itself economically, there are global forces that come with tariff barriers to frustrate Africa from going forward. So now we want to assert ourselves economically. How are you going to confront these global forces? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So we'll go for the responses and then come back for more questions.
If you permit me, I'll start from the last question, which is a very interesting question in terms of trade barriers, etc. As you all recognize, the WTO, World Trade Organization itself, over the past recent years, has virtually come to a point where many of the member states are looking inwards and trying to raise their economies. Of course, we all understand why. The double whammy of recent events in the world have meant that many countries have had to relook their directions. And interestingly, we've seen with Brexit, where now one of the major trading companies in the world started looking inwards. We've seen America also, with Make America Great Again, start looking inwards. And incidentally, the African continent is probably the last bastion and real investment opportunity left. But we are looking outwards. Now, the issue of trade policies, I believe Africa is going to address through the AFCFTA and the compacts that we have intra-continental. Now, the interest is to ensure that we trade amongst ourselves. Because if that opportunity exists and we take advantage of it, it will do much better in creating wealth on the continent than otherwise. And I do concede that there are many economies that are under the stranglehold of developed countries. For example, I've said many times that Africa's inability to become a major agricultural nation is because the global trade infrastructure itself, or global trade architecture, perhaps prevents that. Because as we speak, despite the looming food crisis globally, some countries still dump foods. But the African continent harbors or is home to 65% of the remaining arable land left in the world. So if you are really talking agriculture, it's Africa. Secondly, a significant proportion of Africans are in agriculture, right across the value chain, from production to whatever little value chain there is. And so it's important to renegotiate whatever terms and renegotiate whatever conditions we operate with in agriculture. But having a huge intracontinental market would be the natural solution for that, so that you don't have to depend on other covenants that are not suitable to the continent. And I believe that what we are going to see in the next few years or months is many African countries now reviewing their trade policies and making them structurally important for their economies as well as the African economy. So I hope that answers your question to a certain extent. The quest for economic power is global, and everybody, and I believe almost every country, seeks to be. But we as Africans now need a new narrative where we will add value to our resource in situ before we export. The important outcome of that whole equation is that we would then operate at the higher ends of the value chain. And that is when you will see Africa creating wealth. For example, if you look at cocoa, and one of the questioners did say that, every year, between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, who produce approximately 70% of the world's cocoa beans, our cocoa crop is maybe at best $7 billion. But yes, if you look at the chocolate industry alone, just chocolate, it's right now trending up to about $140 billion a year. Now, as the two countries with 70% of the cocoa beans, where do we want to be? Just producing the beans? Definitely not. Add value to it. So you see that quite recently, that narrative has resonated very well in Ghana, and we've had a number of companies come out in the value addition space. But we need to create a bigger economy in that. We need to create critical mass. So the big thing is how we can migrate many of our producers, and indeed, not just our producers, but our traders, to also go into manufacturing for export. And that is a critical linchpin to moving away from being subject to global trends. And so this is one of the issues that we are going to talk about. How do we mobilize investments onto the continent? And I'll use that to also answer a question that came up about intracontinental investment. Now, for the longest time, despite Africa's wealth, its people have been poor. And that is primarily because we export our raw materials and our resources to outside the continent. And I've just given you an example. I'm told that, and I stand to be corrected though, I'm told that a ton of bauxite out of the ground is just about $60. But if you consider the same process into aluminium and into alumina and aluminium, that is multiplied over 100 times. And the demand for aluminium is global. The demand for iron and steel is global. The demand for lithium is even more global now. And Africa can actually leverage its resource, its lithium resource, to chart a new path, even with the global trade infrastructure. Lithium is required for Industry 4.0, or the new direction of global economies. It's used in all the batteries for electric cars. Coltan, for example, is required for every mobile phone, not to mention chromium and platinum, which are also then cobalt. And all these are found in significant quantities on the continent. The big challenge is whether to extract those resources because of the dire need of resources to develop ourselves, or to create a new path where we add value before we export, because that will have much higher value and bring us much more money into the continent. But that is a direction which I believe very strongly that most of Africa is committed to. And so what we're going to probably see is very soon almost every African country would want to add value to its mineral resources before it exports them, because that will bring multiples of the wealth that we require, as against just exporting the raw materials. And one would ask, as a questioner asks, but why hasn't it happened all this time? It's because perhaps we hadn't done it. We just exported the raw materials. I mean, and rightly said, the global trade rules has made it so. Indeed, if you look at gold, for example, even if you want to sell gold in today's world, the agency that will certify your gold is not in Africa. It's not African. It sits in a country that does not mine gold. So as a continent, we need to find a way to have our own way of standardizing and certifying the gold. And as we speak, I mean, in Ghana, we've already had one gold refinery set up quite recently, such that we just don't export the gold raw, but we add value. We process it, we refine it, which brings multiples in wealth to it before we export. And that is the narration that we're likely to see in Africa. On the other hand, too, is the regulatory framework. Now, that is why the AFCFTA is important, because what it does is that it is going to rewrite protocols that we all agree to in creating that tariff-free market. And it's a big enough market, like I said. It's as big as China and it's as big as India. Now, if you look at the economic history right across the world, population has always been a factor in wealth creation in regions. If you look at some of the biggest countries in the world, who are also some of the richest countries, it's because of the population size. If you look at some of the very small countries, which are the richest in the world too, it's because they process other people's raw materials and goods and create services for others. I don't think any of this is lost on Africa. Indeed, I think Africa is now more excited into taking that same trajectory and ensuring that we become the continent that you need to come to for value. Now, the issue of capital investing on the continent, intracontinental investments, which currently is about 5%. I think it has a historical construct to it, in the sense that over the past few decades, post the independence era, most of African private sector has not been pushed into wealth creation or capital formation. Most of our governments were nationalistic, and most of them were central governments, and did not necessarily invigorate the private sector enough to create wealth. And as you all well know, it's not every state that the government can employ everybody or the government can go into business. There seems to be a perceived inefficiency when governments run businesses, which has led to privatizations all over the world. But when private sector is invigorated, energized, and empowered, you see wealth creation happening at a faster rate. And that is where Ghana is right now. And quite recently, as somebody said, the president went along with a group of very capable private sector players to Abu Dhabi to have a very open chat about the opportunities and how we can work together for mutual benefit. And it was extremely successful. Many of the private sector players came back and had engaged into very serious, discussions indeed. Very early this morning, one of the very prominent businessmen called me and he asked me, but why your people like that? And I said, which people? And he said, your people from the Emirates. Since I got back Saturday, they haven't let me sleep. Every 10 minutes, somebody's calling, asking, so what do we do with this? Calling, what do we do with that? That is the level of intensity we want in this country. They understand business, and they know how to do it. And so, even us going out and engaging with these people, we get to understand what the global demands are, what the standards are, and we learn. And my dear friend says they come and invest in Ghana, and then when they make the money, they take it all away. Well, the important thing is that we have to also make money here and keep it here. Because I can assure you that if you became a big, prominent businessman, and you became a supplier of FDI, and for example, you set up a big business in Togo, and you made a lot of money in Togo, I doubt you tell me that I will leave the money in Togo. You bring it back home. You will bring it back home. That's the import of, but there is a lot to be said for FDI. It brings capital, it brings technology, it brings state-of-the-art know-how, it also gives you taxes, but it also creates another opportunity for you to build and learn upon and create your own. And so we should sometimes not just look at the negative aspect, we should latch onto the positive and ride it to our own benefit. And I believe that we should be able to do so. We are quite keen now. I believe that the country has entered into another mode where we realize that we have to do quite a lot about what we have already to build a stronger nation. So that is that. And yes, many countries also set up regulatory frameworks to protect their own. We have ours. We also have some protectionist policies here. But it depends on what it gives to us. And technically, if you want to have some protectionism, you must make sure that it benefits your people optimally. If it doesn't, then perhaps it's not as useful. So we need to do some of these things, and we need to work with an open and constructive and progressive mind. The important thing is we must grow into wealth, and we must find the opportunities for wealth creation. And yes, at some point, Nigerians blocked their borders for various reasons, and it obstructed Ghanaian traders going across. But with the AFCFTA protocols, we are going to have a way of having remedials from all these country rules and regulations by adopting a common framework that will enable us trade effectively. We are not there yet, but we are gradually getting there. And additionally, there's going to be an investment protocol written up which enables us to standardize and create standards in investment attraction, but also to open up the continent so that intracontinental investments can take place, without inhibitions. So we are at a very good point in our history where we can transform very positively, even on the back of recent developments that have happened globally. What for me it signifies is that the world is in a new phase. New countries are seeking new partnerships and new trading partners. In fact, the pandemic led to a wave of what we call onshoring and reshoring, where countries were now looking at where to place factories, etc., etc. And Africa in that equation sounds and looks extremely attractive. So for us, it's important to also bring in the investment to produce on the continent for the continent, but desirably by indigenous of the continent. I hope I've answered the questions. The currency issue. Well, the currency issue is always going to be a difficult one. So far as we are importing much more than we are exporting, we would always have the cedi under threat from imports. Bear in mind, the trade equation is that we take monies from here, because payments is in dollars, we buy dollars here, and then use them to buy goods from another economy, bring the goods here, sell in cedis, and then we want to convert them back into dollars. And so we have that equation that makes sure that because we are not producing enough ourselves, our currency will be under threat. Because when you buy dollars off the market and you go and buy goods and you bring them here and you sell them, you want to convert the cedis back to dollars. You understand how it works. And it's always difficult. But can you imagine if we're exporting much more than we're importing? We would have a good cash flow of dollars, which will not put pressure on the cedi. The important thing is we need to move away from exporting our raw materials just for dollars into manufacturing which you can sell and export at much higher values. And that is why I said that there is a new paradigm of renegotiation of many of these trade covenants. But the most important part is that if we can trade internally, it will solve a lot of those problems. And I'm sure many of you know about the Pan-African Payment Plan, which ensures that you can buy and sell in your local currencies within the continent. If that happens, it's going to create a new opportunity of wealth creation in almost every country. So I hope that answers your question. I hope you are convinced. But maybe let me add one more bit. Right, I was just going to go there. But I also have to say that one of the important constructs that makes the dollar still strong in global trade is that almost all oil and gas and gold is traded only in dollars. And so far as many countries still need to buy gold as a store of value, they will use dollars. In fact, most of the trade architecture depends on foreign currencies. You're either buying and selling dollars, buying and selling euros, or buying and selling in yuan as in China. But can you imagine if you were buying and selling everything in Ghana in cedis only? It would be a very powerful currency for us. Now, the issue of the common currency. Maybe just to give you a little bit of highlight. I mean, if you take the European Union, for example, it was first proposed by a French civil servant called Jean Monnet. It took 50 years to implement, only because of currency. So it's not an easy answer that, oh yes, we should all adopt a common currency, because these are 54 or 55 countries at varying levels of economic development, and each with its own sovereignty, who wants to maintain its currency, except a few regional bodies like UMOA, which is the Francophone zone in West Africa, which uses the CFA as a common currency. But I believe that gradually we will get to a point. There's still a lot of work to be done. For example, easing access to countries. There are still countries in Africa that require you to have a visa before going there. If we really want to trade and make movement within our countries easy, then those are some of the issues we want to look at. There is also issues of nationalism and sovereignty. Will we just permit anybody from anywhere to just come into our market to trade? And then they also agree that we can go to their countries to trade freely. Those are still issues to contend. And I'm sure you are quite aware of the problems that Guta has been having. These are all things that need new thinking. But the important thing is that whatever thoughts we put to the table must inure to our benefit and creating wealth and opportunity in our economy. So adoption of a common currency, yes, it's going to take a while. The ECO, as you spoke about, has taken many years to achieve. And that's because there are qualifying criteria that you need to meet as a country. Your inflation levels, your exchange levels, your interest rates, etc. must be at a certain stabilized level before you can engage into it. And that has been a challenge.
Thank you, Mr. Yofi. Please, if there are any follow-up questions, this will be the last round. If not, we invite Mr. Yofi Grant for his concluding remarks. Okay, I can see one hand at the back.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Anope de meka chikakra. Mitie o menya jipa menya GC African so be bia enso e be koy enim. Na me question is say sanhye semde we share mu sa several times. Now this time then ya e we soronko be say we di afi we di enso ye be di nkunim. Na second one nso ye enkof bedo na mo Africa no. Ye doso. But yeah, na omo middle class no pe na omo wo sa idea say o say yen ka say nema na omo wo say then ye everything so be kan enyim no honi atonyo mokro. That's it. E friend Mansa Musa.
Thank you, Athaminsa, once again. Yes, I was quite impressed with the Mansa Musa from maybe Mali Empire. Thank you. With regards to adopting common trade framework and investment protocol, do you have set any timeline that this will be materialized? Then I want to also find out whether there will be any communique after the forum. Thank you.
Okay. So I take that to be the last question. So we'll take the CEO's responses and also his concluding remarks.
Me also obi pese odi aseme ba between and papa nti we dey Mr. Wara will speak back to English. I'm sure you understand English very well. Yes. You know, you ask a very, very important question. And one of the things that GIPC have discussed with Ministry of Trade and we're going to do is to percolate down the protocols of the AFCFTA to our informal market, particularly our SMEs and SMIs. It is very clear, the President has made it very clear to those of us in that the private sector must be energized to take over the wheels of economic growth in the country. And our private sector, if you look at the Ghanaian economy, 85% of our economy is SMEs and SMIs, small and medium-sized economies. Even for cocoa, for which we are a major global player, the average size of a cocoa farm in Ghana is 3 acres. So we are very small and very informal. Now, how do you energize those to also upscale? You do it with partnerships and linkages for trade. So even as you look and bring in big investors, you also try and get local people into the supply chains of some of these companies. And there are many countries with examples to bear in that. Singapore, for one, the Emirates, another, even Mauritius in Africa. And by partnering with local people and getting people well entrenched in the supply chains of some of these big players, we also get to develop our informal private sector. One of the critical elements in all this is when there are reshoring and onshoring opportunities in factories. Because as a country, if we are not very well advanced to start manufacturing everything from start to finish, what you can do is to plug in the value chain of some of these things, what we call global value chains. So for example, we have rubber in Ghana. How about we producing rubber for cars in Morocco and South Africa? We have cotton here. How about we producing textiles for the factories in Kenya and Mauritius? We have cocoa. I know that Rwanda, for example, are very keen to start making their own chocolate. How do we enter into trade with them to ensure that our private sector players get opportunities to sell semi-finished products so that they can add value? So it's all about, that's why it's all about engagement and charting a new path. Incidentally, Africans are very nationalistic somehow. But I believe that the time is now coming that we shall look at the global economy communally, because that is how we can create value on the continents to grow. There's absolutely no question that the AFCFTA is probably one of the most important developments on the African continent since Ghana gained independence in 1957. And Ghana is so well positioned to take advantage of that. And I keep saying all the time that Ghana, by God's grace, is in the center of the world. We are the only country on latitude 0 and longitude 0. So we have a 360 view in our relationships with the world. And as I did say a few days back, we neither look north, south, east, or west. We look forward. And now, it starts now. And my good friend asked, but why is that it hasn't happened all the time and it's now happening? Life is dynamic, time is dynamic. And I would seek solace in the Bible. Say, when I was a child, I spoke as a child, I worked as a child. But as I grew up, I started speaking like a grown-up. We are now speaking like grown-ups in the continent and in Ghana particularly. Things may not be perfect, but they are well on the way to being great. And so we need to be energized. We need to motivate ourselves and not only look at the bad things, but look at the good things that can happen. Human beings dwell on goodness, not on badness. I mean, I have many friends in business today who would tell me that they don't listen to radio or watch TV because I'm going to say something, I'm sure you all laugh, because they don't like the noise. Neither does their money. What they want to hear is a positivity, and so we need to push that positivity. And yes, sometimes it's hard. But you can only take a step forward if you are positive. If you are negative, you take a step backwards. So all the things happening now today show that there is a new narration coming out. And we need to motivate ourselves. We can't always just accept that things are bad and Africa is bad. Africa is good. And when I go outside and I travel around the world, I'm sometimes taken aback and surprised about how everybody talks about Africa, 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 and the African opportunity. But when you come home, it's a different thing. So we are starting that conversation right from here. That is why we are having the Africa Prosperity Dialogues. That is why the AFCFTA headquarters is in Ghana, because they recognize that Ghana is doing certain things that Africa should have done many years ago. For example, the one district, one factory policy. It's a nascent industrialization policy. Can you imagine what will happen if every year 200 factories or even 10 factories are set up in areas of the country? Can you imagine what will happen in 5 years? Opportunities will be created for young people. You also create trade opportunities, and even those who want to stay in the retail business can now find products from your country to sell to other countries. So it's a new, like I said, take it. And for you in the press, I think this is really your calling. This is truly your calling. That to make our countries great again, to make the continent great again, you need to step up to the plate. It's not always about the negative story. Africa needs positive stories, and you are the ones who carry the story. It's not us. We only generate, you carry. So I hope that this will inspire you to look out and say that, yes, maybe we now need to start talking of opportunity and how to push our own people into these opportunities. So that's my simple message to you this morning. Thank you.
That was so inspiring. On behalf of the Minister for Information, Management and staff of our ministry, I would like to say a big thank you for using this platform to educate Ghanaians on the maiden assembly of Africa Investment Promotion Agencies, and also to inspire us to see the opportunities that are available on our continent. And to the press, once again, I will say that you have the platform that we don't have. So we pray that you will spread the word and get people to appreciate some of these issues and lead us into a narrative that will help us take the opportunities that have already been mentioned by Mr. Yofi Grant. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making time this morning. Thank you.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted an instant charge. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 CAD for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
This is to inform you of certain changes that I intend to make to the government with the approval of Parliament. Following the resignation on 3rd January 2023 of Mr. Alan Chermanten as Minister for Trade and Industry, of Dr. Owusu Afriye Akoto on 10th January 2023 as Minister for Food and Agriculture, and of Honorable Ebenezer Kojokum, Member of Parliament for Hunter West, on 3rd February 2023 as Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. I have, in accordance with Article 78(1) of the Constitution, nominated the following persons to be appointed as ministers of state in their place, subject to the approval of Parliament. 1. Honorable Kobina Tahir Hammond, Member of Parliament for Adanse Asokwa, Minister for Trade and Industry. Drillship. 2. Honorable Brian Achampo, Member of Parliament for Abetifi, Minister for Food and Agriculture. 3. Mr. Stephen Asamoah Boateng, Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. I have further nominated the following persons as Ministers of State, subject to the approval of Parliament. 1. Honorable Mohammed Amin Adam, Member of Parliament for Karaga, currently the Deputy Minister for Energy, as Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance. To replace Mr. Charles Adubuahin, the former Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance. And 2. Honorable Osei Bonsu Amwa, Member of Parliament for Akwapim South, currently the Deputy Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, as Minister of State at the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. As a consequence of the nomination of Honorable Mohammed Amin Adam as Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance, I want to inform Parliament, for its records, that I intend to transfer Mr. Herbert Crapper, currently Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, to the Ministry of Energy as Deputy Minister for Energy to replace Honorable Mohammed Amin Adam. As a result of the vacancy which will be occasioned because of the reorganization of government, I have, in accordance with Article 79(1) of the Constitution, nominated Honorable Dr. Stephen Amwa, Member of Parliament for Inshaso as Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, subject Subject to the approval of Parliament.
I remember one time I shaded Shatawale in one of my videos, and some people were saying, you meet Papa. So I posted it on Twitter, and I captioned it, hey, Shatawale, don't beat me, or so. It says something similar. Then he responded like, no, I'm not gonna beat you. I love it, Pa. It adds to their brand. If they really understand entertainment, they know it's in the right direction. It even sometimes take people's attention from the seriousness and the insults, and they just laugh over it. But you realize you find people too in their camp who will feel, oh, it could be, say, somebody has paid you to do that or just to disgrace them. But in the spirit of love, it's all about, adding up to a good content.
We have done a lot of work on the tax waivers. And let me pay tribute to Honorable Kweku Kwatin. The two of us converged on this very tax policy of tax exemptions. We believe that tax exemptions are becoming too much, and particularly times like this, that the country needs every city to save our economy. You cannot continue granting tax exemptions. So you will notice that the Finance Committee has been very adamant in approving tax exemptions. We work with the ministry, and virtually we led it to get the tax exemption bill passed. So we have a tax exemption regime in place as a country for the first time. And that is why I am paying tribute to Chairman Kweku Kwatin, because he led it with myself and all of us, and we did it so well that Ghana has a tax exemption regime as we speak. In terms of the savings that the Finance Committee has led Parliament to save in terms of tax exemption, if you quantify it with our report, you will notice that we have made huge progress as a country in terms of tax exemptions. There's still a lot more we have to do. There's one we are still working on that has to do with the 1D, 1F tax exemptions. We believe that time has come for us to put brakes on those tax exemptions and raising enough revenue to support the fiscal and obviously the country, because we need every revenue to move the country forward. And so, put it in perspective, you'll notice that the country has made a lot more progress on the tax exemption than before. And I can't say that is comfortable enough. I believe in continuous improvement, so we will have to continuously identify the gaps we have in a tax exemption regime and improve it going forward.
My understanding is that both sides agree that the minister be scheduled to come and brief the House, policy statement, and some details about the debt arrangements. Parliament is ever prepared to assist government to get out of this quagmire. And so, what I can say now is that, like the church says, Roma locuta, causa finita est. Parliament has spoken, and that is the end of the case. the minister be scheduled by the business committee as early as possible, because this is an urgent matter. If the pensioners are picketing at the ministry, we need to do this as quickly as possible. But because we've insisted, I can say that by Tuesday next week. Tuesday next week. This week is quite packed, and so Tuesday next week will be appropriate. Even though we have some business to on Tuesday, I insist that it should be on Tuesday. We have to find time for the minister, because this is a very urgent matter, particularly dealing with elderly people. We have to find time for the minister to give us a brief.